A Margarita Debayle por Rubén Darío. Leer en español. Esta es una grabación de LibriVox. Todas las grabaciones de LibriVox están en el dominio público. Para más información o para ser voluntario, por favor visite LibriVox.org. Margarita. Esta linda la mar y el viento. Lleva esencia sutil de azahar. Yo siento. En el alma una alondra cantar tu acento. Margarita, te voy a cantar un cuento. Este era un rey que tenía un palacio de diamantes, una tienda hecha del día y un rebaño de elefantes, un kiosco de malaquita, un gran manto de tisú y una gentil princesita tan bonita, Margarita, tan bonita como tú. Una tarde la princesa vio una estrella aparecer. La princesa era traviesa y la quiso ir a coger. La quiere para hacerla decorar un prendedor con un verso y una perla y una pluma y una flor. Las princesas primorosas se parecen mucho a ti. Cortan lirios, cortan rosas, cortan astros, son así. Pues se fue la niña bella, bajo el cielo y sobre el mar, a cortar la blanca estrella que la hacía suspirar. Y siguió camino arriba por la luna y más allá. Mas lo malo es que ella iba sin permiso del papá. Cuando estuvo ya de vuelta de los parques del Señor, se miraba toda envuelta en el dulce resplandor. Y el rey dijo, ¿qué te has hecho? Te he buscado y no te hallé. ¿Y qué tienes en el pecho? Que encendido se te ve. La princesa no mentía, y así dijo la verdad. Fui a cortar la estrella mía, a la azul inmensidad. Y el rey clama, no te he dicho que el azul no hay que tocar. ¡Qué locura! ¡Qué capricho! El Señor se va a enojar. Y dice ella, no hubo entiendo. Yo me fui no sé por qué. Por las olas y en el viento. Fui a la estrella y la corté. Y el papá dice enojado, un castigo has de tener. Vuelva al cielo y lo robado vas ahora a devolver. La princesa se entristece por su dulce flor la luz, cuando entonces aparece, sonriendo el buen Jesús. Y así dice, en mis campiñas, esa rosa la ofrecí. Son mis flores de las niñas que al sonar piensan en mí. Viste el rey ropas brillantes y luego hace desfilar cuantos cientos elefantes a la orilla de la mar. La princesa está bella, pues ya tiene el prendedor, en que lucen con la estrella, verso, perla, pluma y flor. Margarita, esta linda la mar y el viento, lleva esencia sutil de azahar, tu aliento, ya que lejos de mí vas a estar. Guarda, niña, un gentil pensamiento, al que un día te quiso cantar un cuento. Fin de A Margarita Debayle por Rubén Darío. Leer en español.
The Arraignment, Conviction and Imprisonment of Christmas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by MichaelMaggs. Attempts of Puritans to put down Christtide. Attitude of the people. Preaching before Parliament. The arraignment, etc. of Christmas. As soon as the Puritans became at all powerful, their iconoclastic zeal naturally attacked Christmas, and the Scotchmen, such as Bailey, Rutherford, Gillespie and Henderson, in the Westminster Assembly of Divines, tried in 1643 to get the English observance of Christmas abolished, but they only succeeded so far as coming to a resolution that, whilst preaching on that day, withal to cry down the superstition of that day. Next year they were happier in their efforts, as is shortly told in Parliamentary History, December 19th, 1644. The Lords and Commons, having long since appointed a day for a fast and humiliation, which was to be on the last Wednesday in every month, it happening to fall on Christmas Day this month, the Assembly of Divines sent to acquaint the Lords with it, and, to avoid any inconveniences that might be by some people keeping it as a feast and others as a fast, they desired that the Parliament would publish a declaration the next Lord's Day in the churches of London and Westminster, that that day might be kept as it ought to be, that the whole kingdom might have comfort thereby. The Houses agreed to this proposal, and directed the following ordinance to be published, which bore this title: An Ordinance for the better observation of the Feast of the Nativity of Christ. Whereas some doubts have been raised whether the next fast shall be celebrated, because it falleth on the day which, heretofore, was usually called the Feast of the Nativity of our Saviour, the Lords and Commons do order and ordain that public notice be given that the fast appointed to be kept on the last Wednesday in every month ought to be observed, unless it be otherwise ordered by both Houses, and that this day particularly is to be kept with the more solemn humiliation, because it may call to remembrance our sins and the sins of our forefathers, who have turned this feast, pretending the memory of Christ, into an extreme forgetfulness of him, by giving liberty to carnal and sensual delights, being contrary to the life which Christ himself led here upon earth, and to the spiritual life of Christ in our souls, for the sanctifying and saving whereof Christ was pleased both to take a human life and to lay it down again. The Lords ordered that the Lord Mayor of London take care that this ordinance should be dispersed to all churches and chapels within the line of communication and the bills of mortality. Afterwards it was made general through the kingdom, in consequence of which Christmas Day was no longer observed as a festival, by law, till the Restoration. But the popular love of Christmas could not be done away with by restrictive legislation, as the movers therein very well knew. Teste Lightfoot, who says in his journal, "Some of our members were sent to the Houses to desire them to give an order that the next fast day might be solemnly kept, because the people will be ready to neglect it, being Christmas Day. Nor was anything neglected to repress this Christ-tide, because its keeping was inbred in the people, and they hated this sour, puritanical feeling, and the doing away with their accustomed festivities." Richard Kentish told the House of Commons so in very plain language. Said he, "The people of England do hate to be reformed, so now a prelatical priest with a superstitious service book is more desired, and would be better welcome to the generality of England than the most learned, laborious, conscientious preacher, whether Presbyterian or Independent. These poor simple creatures are mad after superstitious festivals, after unholy holidays." The Houses of Parliament baked their pie for themselves, and deservedly had to eat it, for two red-hot gospellers, Calamy and Sedgwick, preached on the iniquity of keeping Christ-tide to the Lords in Westminster Abbey, whilst in the contiguous church of St. Margaret, Thorogood and Langley expiated on the same theme to the Commons, as if they could not have had enough of so good a thing. All 4 sermons were printed by order of the Houses. Calamy, in his sermon, said, "This day is the day which is commonly called the Feast of Christ's Nativity, or Christmas Day, a day that hath hitherto been much abused in superstition and profaneness. I have known some that have preferred Christmas Day before the Lord's Day, and have cried down the Lord's Day and cried up Christmas Day. I have known those that would be sure to receive the sacrament on Christmas Day, though they did not receive it all the year after. This was the superstition of this day, and the profaneness was as great. There were some that did not play cards all the year long, yet they must play at Christmas. This year God, by a providence, hath buried this feast in a fast, and I hope it will never rise again. You have set out, right honourable, a strict order for the keeping of it, and you are here today to observe your own order, and I hope you will do it strictly. And he finished with a prayer, in which he begged that they might have grace to be humbled, especially for the old superstition and profaneness of this feast. But although the English people were crushed for a time under the iron heel of the Puritan boot, they had no sympathy with their masters nor their ways. Vide the rebound, immediately after Oliver Cromwell's death, and the return to the old state of things, which has never altered since, except as a matter of fashion. Yet, even then, there were protests against this effacement of Christtide, and many have been handed down to us, differing naturally very much in style. One really amusing one has the merit of being short, and when the reader of this book has perused it, I believe he will thank me for having reproduced it. It is the Arraignment, Conviction and Imprisonment of Christmas on St. Thomas Day last, and how he broke out of prison in the holidays and got away, only left his hoary hair and grey beard sticking between two iron bars of a window, with an hue and cry after Christmas, and a letter from Mr. Woodcock, a fellow in Oxford, to a malignant lady in London, and divers passages between the lady and the crier about old Christmas, and what shift he was fain to make to save his life, and great stir to fetch him back again, with divers other witty passages, printed by Simon Minced Pie for Sicily Plum Porridge, and are to be sold by Ralph Fiddler, Chandler, at the sign of the Pack of Cards in Mustard Alley in Braun Street, 1645. This little tract commenced with the supposed letter, Lady, I beseech you for the love of Oxford, hire a crier, I will see him paid for his pains, to cry Old Father Christmas, and keep him with you, if you can meet with him and stay him, till we come to London. For we expect to be there shortly, and then we will have all things as they were wont, I warrant you. Hold up your spirits, and let not your old friends be lost out of your favour, for his sake, who is your ever servant, John Woodcock. Lady, honest crier, I know thou knewest old Father Christmas. I am sent to thee from an honest scholar of Oxford, that hath given me many a hug and kiss in Christmas time when we have been merry, to cry Christmas, for they hear that he is gone from hence, and that we have lost the poor man. You know what marks he hath, and how to cry him. Crier, who shall pay me for my pains? Lady, your old friend Mr. Woodcock of Oxford. Wilt thou take his word? Crier, I will cry him, I warrant you, through the city and country, and it shall go hard, but I will find him out. I can partly guess who can tell some news of him, if any people in England can, for I am acquainted with all his familiar friends. Trust me in this business, I will bring you word within few days. Ho, yes! Ho, yes! Ho, yes! Any man or woman, whether popish or prelatical, superstitious or Druidical, or what person soever of any tribe or trilobub, that can give any knowledge or tell any tidings of an old, very old grey-bearded gentleman called Christmas, who was wont to be a very familiar guest, and visit all sorts of people, both poor and rich, and used to appear in glittering gold, silk, and silver in the court, and in all shapes in the theatre in Whitehall, and had ringing feasts and jollity in all places, both in the city and country, for his coming. If you went to the Temple, you might have found him there at inn and inn, till many a gentleman had outed all the money from his pocket, and after all the butlers found him locked up in their boxes. And in almost every house you might have found him at cards and dice. The very boys and children could have traced him, and the beggars have followed him from place to place, and seen him walking up and down, and in every house beef and mutton, pies and plum porridge, and all manner of delicates round about him, and every one saluting Merry Christmas. If you had gone to the Queen's chapel, you might have found him standing against the wall, and the papists weeping and beating themselves before him, and kissing his hoary head with superstitious tears, in a theatre exceeding all the plays of the Bull, the Fortune, and the Cockpit. For age, this hoary-headed man was of great years, and as white as snow. He entered the Romish calendar time out of mind. Is old, or very near, as Father Methusalem was, one that looked fresh in the bishop's time, though their fall made him pine away ever since. He was full and fat as any dumb doctor of them all. He looked under the consecrated lawn sleeves as big as bull beef, just like Bacchus upon a tun of wine when the grapes hang shaking about his ears. But since the Catholic liquor is taken from him, he is much wasted, so that he hath looked very thin and ill of late. But the wanton women that are so mad after him do not know how he has metamorphosed, so that he is not now like himself, but rather like Jacquelent. But yet some other marks that you may know him by is that the wanton women dote after him. He helped them to so many new gowns, hats, and handkerchiefs, and other fine knacks, of which he hath a pack on his back, in which is good store of all sorts, beside the fine knacks that he got out of their husbands' pockets for household provisions for him. He got prentices, servants, and scholars many playdays, and therefore was well beloved by them also, and made all merry with bagpipes, fiddles, and other musics, gigs, dances, and mummings. Yea, the young people had more merry days and hours before him whilst he stayed, which was in some houses 12 days, in some 20, in some more, in some less, than in all the year again. All you, therefore, that by your diligent inquiry can tell me any tidings of this old man called Christmas, and tell me where he may be met withal, whether in any of your streets or elsewhere, though never in so straitened a place, in an apple-woman's stall or grocer's currant tub, in a cook's oven or the maid's porridge-pot, or crept into some corner of a translator's shop, where the cobbler was wont to merrily chant his carols. Whosoever can tell what has become of him, or where he may be found, let them bring him back again into England to the crier, and they shall have a benediction from the Pope, 100 oaths from the cavaliers, 40 kisses from the wanton wenches, and be made pursuivant to the next archbishop. Malignants will send him a piece of brawn, and every prentice boy will give him his pint of wine next Holy Thursday. The good wives will keep him in some corner of their mince pies, and the new Nuncio Ireland will return him to be canonized the next reformation of the calendar. And so, Pope save Christmas. Crier. Lady, I am come to tell you what return I can make you of the crying of old Father Christmas, which I have done, and am now here to give you an answer. Lady. Well said, honest Crier. Mr. Woodcock will remember you for it. Crier. The poor old man upon St. Thomas his day was arraigned, condemned, and after conviction cast into prison amongst the king's soldiers, fearing to be hanged or some other execution to be done on him, and got out at so narrow a passage between two iron bars of a window that nothing but only his old grey beard and hoary hair of his head stuck there, but nothing else to be seen of him. And if you will have that, compound for it, lest it be sold among the sequestered goods, or burnt with the next popish pictures by the hand of the hangman.
Lady. But is good old Christmas gone? Nothing but the hair of his good, grave old head and beard left? Well, I will have that, seeing I cannot have more of him, one lock whereof will serve Mr. Woodcock for a token. But what is the event of his departure?
Crier. The poor are sorry for it, for they go to every door a-begging as they were wont to do. Goodness is somewhat against this good time, but time was transformed. Away, begone, here is not for you. And so they, instead of going to the alehouse to be drunk, were fain to work all the holidays. The scholars came into the hall, where their hungry stomachs had thought to have found good brawn and Christmas pies, roast beef and plum porridge, but no such matter. Away, ye profane, these are superstitious meats, your stomachs must be fed with wholesome doctrine. Alas, poor tallow-faced chandlers, I met them mourning through the streets, and complaining that they could get no vent for their mustard for want of brawn.
Lady. Well, if ever the Catholics or bishops rule again in England, they will set the church doors open on Christmas Day, and we shall have Mass at the high altar, as was used when the day was first instituted, and not have the Holy Eucharist barred out of school, as schoolboys do their masters against the festival. What? Shall we have our mouths shut to welcome old Christmas? No, no. Bid him come by night over the Thames, and we will have a back door open to let him in. I will myself give him his diet for 1 year, to try his fortune this time 12-month. It may prove better.
End of the Arraignment, Conviction and Imprisonment of Christmas.
At the Sign of the Jolly Jack by Geoffrey Smith. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the Sign of the Jolly Jack. You merry folk, be of good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year. From open door you'll take no harm, by winter if your hearts are warm. So ope the door, and hear us carol the burthen of our Christmas moral. Be ye merry, and make good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year. Scrape the fiddle and beat the drum, and bury the night ere morning come. There was an inn beside a track, as it might be, the Jolly Jack. Upon a night, whate'er its name, there kept they Christmas all the same. They sit in jovial round at table, while Christ was lying in the stable. They make merry and have good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year. They scrape the fiddle and beat the drum, and they'll bury the night ere morning come. The jolly landlord stands him up, and welcomes all to bite and sup. He has a hearty face and red, he knows not who lies in his shed. What harm, if he be honest and true, that he may be Christ's landlord too? So he makes merry and has good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year. He scrapes his fiddle and beats his drum, and he'll bury the night ere morning come. The landlord's son sits in his place, he bows his head and says his grace. He leads his partner to the dance, and the light of love is in his glance. If his thoughts are handsome as his face, what matter if Christ be in the place? So he makes merry, and has good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year. He scrapes his fiddle, and beats his drum, and he'll bury the night ere morning come. Of all the folk that night, I ween, some were honest, and some were mean. If all were honest, 'twas well for all, for Christ was sleeping in the stall. But never may Englishmen so fare, that they at Christmas should forbear to make them merry and have good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year, to scrape the fiddle and beat the drum, and bury the night ere morning come. End of At the Sign of the Jolly Jack by Geoffrey Smith. Read by Thomas Peter.
But Once a Year by R. O'Grady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. But Once a Year by R. O'Grady. A shabby little woman detached herself from the steadily marching throng of the avenue and paused before a shop window from which solid rows of electric bulbs flashed brilliantly into the December twilight. The ever-increasing current of Christmas shoppers flowed on. Now and then it rolled up, like the waters of the Jordan, while a lady with rich warm furs about her shoulders made safe passage from her car to the tropic atmosphere of the great department store. Warmth and the savory smells from a bakery kitchen wafted up through the grating of a nearby pavement, modifying the nipping air. The shabby little woman, only half conscious of such gratuitous comfort, adjusted her blinking gaze to the brightness and looked hungrily at the costumes shimmering under the lights. Wax figures draped with rainbow-tinted, filmy evening gowns caught her passing admiration, but she lingered over the street costumes, the silk-lined coats and soft, warm furs. Elbowed by others who, like herself, were eager to look, even though they could not buy, she held her ground until she had made her choice. With her wistful gaze still fixed upon her favorite, she had begun to edge her way through the crowd at the window, when she felt, rather than saw, someone different from the rest, close at her side. At the same instant she caught the scent of fresh-cut flowers and looked up into the eyes of a tall young girl in a white-plumed velvet hat, with a bunch of English violets in her brown mink fur. As their glances met, the shabby little woman checked a start, and half defensively dropped her lids. The smile that shone evanescently from the girl's cordial eyes had aroused in her a feeling of something unwonted and strangely intimate. There had flashed over the mobile face beneath the velvet hat a look of personal interest, an unmistakable impulse to speak. The thrill of response that set the woman's pulses throbbing died suddenly. The red that mottled her grayish cheeks was the red of shame. Through the window, in a mirrored panel cruelly ablaze with light, she saw herself. Her made-over turban, her short pigeon-tailed jacket of a style long past, and her old otter cape with its queer caudal decorations and its yellowed cracks grinning through the plucked and ragged fur. One glance at her own image was enough. The little woman pushed determinedly into the slow-moving crush and headed toward the nearest elevated station, to be carried on irresistibly by the army of pedestrians. She caught a last glimpse of the tall young girl coming in her direction, still watching her with that same eager look. But what of that? She knew why women stared curiously at her. By the time her station was reached, the occurrence had assumed in her mind a painful significance which emphasized the sordidness of her evening's routine. She made her way along a narrow, dimly lighted street, walking with the aimless gait of one who neither expects nor is expected. But loiter as she might, she soon reached a neighborhood where rows of narrow brick tenements brooded over dingy, cluttered basement shops. Here she found it necessary to accelerate her pace, to make way for romping children and bare‐headed women, hurrying from the shops with their suppers in paper bags. In spite of the wintry chill, the section had an air of activity all its own. Neither did it lack occasional evidences of Christmas cheer. In the window of a little news and fruit shop, against the smeared and partly frosted glass, a holly wreath was hanging, and within stood a rack of gaudy, tinselled Christmas cards. The woman hesitated, as if about to enter the shop, then abruptly passed on. She ascended one of the stoops that were all alike. Standing in a blur of reddish light that filtered through the broken glass above the door, she looked back the way she had come. For an instant her pulses quickened again as they had done on the avenue downtown. At the corner, a tall girl with a white plumed velvet hat was smilingly picking her way through the swarming element, so foreign, apparently, to one of her class. As the white plume came nearer and nearer, the tremulous little woman regained her self-control. It was but one of the coincidences of the city, she told herself, turning resolutely away. The door slammed shut behind her. Odd, she thought, as she groped her way through the dimly lighted lower hall and the complete darkness of the upper, that such a girl should be living in such a neighborhood. Then, with an effort, she dismissed the matter from her mind. To find a match and light the sputtering gas required but very few steps in her tiny box of a room. When that was accomplished, she could think of nothing more to do. Her little taste of excitement had spoiled her zest for any of the homey rites which at other times formed the biggest events of her day. As she sank down upon the cot without removing her wraps, she was greeted by the usual creaking of rusty springs. Her table, with its meagre array of dishes, its coffee pot and little alcohol burner, sat as ever in its corner, inviting the preparation of her evening meal. But tonight she did not want to eat. She had not visited the bake shop on her way home. She had not even bought her daily paper at the corner stand where the postcards were, those gay Christmas cards that bring you greetings from friends. As she slowly removed her turban, her jacket and fur cape, and, without getting up, tossed them across a chair against the opposite wall, the dull ache of dissatisfaction in her heart grew slowly to a sharp pain of desire. She wanted to do something, to have something happen that might break the sordid routine of her existence. Still, habit and environment would continue to force at least a part of this routine upon her. She glanced at her fingers, stained to an oily bluish grime by the cheap dye of the garments that furnished her daily work. Mechanically she rose to wash. While her hands were immersed in the lather of rankly perfumed toilet soap, there came a gentle knock at the door. "Come in," invited the woman, expecting some famine-pressed neighbor for a spoonful of coffee or a drawing of tea. The door opened slowly, a tentative aperture. "May I come in?" asked a voice that was sweeter than the breath of violets that preceded the caller into the room. With the towel clutched in her dripping hands, the woman flung wide open the door, then hastened to unload the chair which held her wraps, her only chair. "Thank you, don't bother," urged the visitor. "I shall like sitting on the couch." There was a melody of enthusiasm in this remark, which the complaining of the cot, as the girl dropped easily upon it, could not wholly drown. The woman, having absently hung her towel on the doorknob, stared dazedly at the visitant. She could hardly credit her eyes. It was indeed the girl with the white ostrich plume and the bouquet of violets in her brown mink fur. "I feel like an intruder," began the girl, "and, do you know," her appraising glance, directed to the old fur collar on the chair, was guiltily withdrawn as she spoke, "do you know, I've such a silly excuse for coming." She laughed, and the laugh brought added music to her voice. The woman, now at last recalled from her abstraction, smiled, and the weariness passed from her face. She seated herself at the extreme end of the humpy, complaining cot. "I'm sure you'll understand," resumed the girl. "At least I hope you'll not be offended. I heard that is, I noticed you had a rare fur piece." Her vivid glance returned to the pile of wraps on the chair. "And I want to ask a very great favor of you. Now, please, don't be shocked. I've been ransacking the city for something like it, and," with a determined air of taking the plunge, "I should like to buy it of you." "Buy it!" scorned the woman, with a sudden dull red staining her sallow cheeks. "I can't see why any one would want to pay money for such a thing as that." "It's a rare pattern, you know," croaked the girl, her sweet tones assuming an eloquent, persuasive quiver. "And you don't know how glad I'd be to have it." The indignant color faded out of the woman's face. "If you really want the thing," abruptly she put her bizarre possession into her strange visitor's lap, "if you really want it, but I don't see." Yearning crept into her work dimmed eyes, a yearning that seemed to struggle with disillusionment. "Tell me," she broke off, "is that all you came here for?" Apparently oblivious to the question, the young woman rose to her feet. "You'll sell it to me, then?" she triumphed, opening her gold bound purse. "But see here," demurred the woman, "I can't. It ain't worth." The girl's gloved hands went fumbling into her purse, while the old fur cape hung limply across one velvet arm. "You leave it to me," she commanded, and smiled, a radiant, winning smile. Impulsively, the woman drew close to her guest. "Excuse me," she faltered, "but do you know, you look ever so much like a little niece of mine, back home." "Do I? That's nice." The visitor looked at her watch. A note of abstraction had crept into her beautiful voice, but it still held the caress that invited the woman's confidence. "Yes, my little niece. Excuse me, I haven't seen her for 12 years. Most 15 years, I guess. She'd be growed up, but I thought, when I saw you downtown—" "Oh, you remember me, then? Forgive me for following." The girl seized the woman's soap reddened hands in a sudden fervent clasp. "I understand," she breathed. "You must be lonely. I'll try to see you again. I surely will. Good bye." The girl was gone, and all at once the room seemed colder and dingier than it ever had before. But the woman was not cold. As she sat huddled on the cot, warmth and vitality glowed within her, kindled by the memory of a recent kindly human touch. The following evening, after working hours, the shabby woman, wearing a faded scarf about her neck to replace the old fur collar, diffidently accosted a saleslady of the Sixth Avenue department store. She wanted to buy a brown mink collar, just like one worn by a figure in green in the window. It was unusual to sell expensive furs to such a customer, but people might send what freaks of servants they pleased to do their Christmas shopping, provided they sent the money too. In this case, the shabby little woman was prepared. She produced 3 crisp $10 bills, the fabulous sum which the girl had left in her hand at parting, and $2 more from the savings in her worn little purse. Then, hugging the big flat box against the tight-fitting bosom of her jacket, she triumphantly left the store. In a sort of tender ecstasy she dallied along until she came to a florist's window. As she paused to gaze at great bunches of carnations and roses tied with broad and streaming ribbons, the anxious look that attends the doubtful shopper returned to her face. Would it be of any use to go in? Since she must either keep moving or be carried along by the crowd, she edged through the revolving door. "English violets? 50 cents for the small bunches," clipped off the red-cheeked salesgirl, in reply to the woman's groping inquiry. The perturbed shopper turned reluctantly away, hesitated, and then asked: "But the roses? A single half-blown rose?" "25 apiece," replied the girl in the same mechanical tones, while she busied herself in rearranging a basket of flowers. "I'll take the rose." At the express office, where scores were waiting before her, The woman had ample time to untie her box and slip the rosebud beneath the tissue paper of the inner wrapping. Then, having retied it securely and stuck a "Do Not Open Until Christmas" tag in a conspicuous place, she took her stand in line. When it finally came her turn, at the desk, a stout clerk, who worked like an automaton and breathed like an ox, tore the package from her lingering grasp and dashed across the wrapper the address she gave. She paid the charges, wadded the receipt into her purse, and turned briskly away. Fresh crullers she took to her room from the bake shop, having bought them from a dark, greasy woman, whom she wished a Merry Christmas in a voice that almost sang. At dusk she had coffee in her room. It was Christmas Eve, and she must begin early to get her full share of the season's peculiar indulgences. After she had read her paper for an hour or so by the recklessly flaming gas jet, she bustled about to brew another cup of coffee, and feasted upon crullers for the second time. At last she filled a water bottle with tepid water from a faucet in the hall and prepared for bed. The chill of the bedclothes, upon which the tepid water bottle had little effect, could not touch the cosy warmth about the woman's heart. Neither were the happy memories of her strange and lovely visitor disturbed by knowledge of an incident that was taking place at that very hour. As she bounced into her cot, humming a little tune, she did not know that at a downtown theatre a popular young actress was just responding to an insistent curtain call. Nor could she have recognized the graceful young girl issuing from the wings in a new character part, an extreme type of eccentric maidenhood, except for the plucked and ragged fur piece which formed the keynote of the performer's quaint attire. No knowledge of this episode disturbed the half drowsy, half blissful state which supplanted the woman's sleep that night. The incident cast no cloud upon her eager awakening, nor retarded her active leap from bed when the voice of her landlady aroused her with a start on Christmas morning. "Eggs press, eggs spress, a package for Miss Lalore." Full-chested and lingering, the call reverberated up 3 flights of naked stairs, and by the time the woman had donned her skirt and sweater and had emerged into the twilight of the upper hall, frowsy, curious heads protruded from every door. She carried the bulky Christmas package to her own room, moving deliberately, in shy, half-guilty triumph, and placed it on the cot. Behind her closed door she untied it, removed the cover, and smilingly bent down to draw an eager inhalation from the tissue paper folds. Then, with careful fingers, she parted the crisp inner wrappings and unearthed a wilting, half-blown rose from its nest in the brown mink fur. End of But Once a Year by R. O'Grady.
A Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Kidnapped Santa Claus. Santa Claus lives in the Laughing Valley, where stands the big, rambling castle in which his toys are manufactured. His workmen, selected from the Ryls, Knooks, Pixies, and Fairies, live with him, and everyone is as busy as can be from one year's end to another. It is called the Laughing Valley because everything there is happy and gay. The brook chuckles to itself as it leaps rollicking between its green banks. The wind whistles merrily in the trees. The sunbeams dance lightly over the soft grass, and the violets and wildflowers look smilingly up from their green nests. To laugh, one needs to be happy. To be happy, one needs to be content. And throughout the Laughing Valley of Santa Claus, contentment reigns supreme. On one side is the mighty forest of Burzee. At the other side stands the huge mountain that contains the caves of the Daemons, and between them the valley lies smiling and peaceful. One would think that our good old Santa Claus, who devotes his days to making children happy, would have no enemies on all the earth. and, as a matter of fact, for a long period of time he encountered nothing but love wherever he might go. But the Damons, who live in the mountain caves, grew to hate Santa Claus very much, and all for the simple reason that he made children happy. The caves of the Damons are 5 in number. A broad pathway leads up to the first cave, which is a finely arched cavern at the foot of the mountain, the entrance being beautifully carved and decorated. In it resides the Daemon of Selfishness. Back of this is another cavern inhabited by the Daemon of Envy. The cave of the Daemon of Hatred is next in order, and through this one passes to the home of the Daemon of Malice, situated in a dark and fearful cave in the very heart of the mountain. I do not know what lies beyond this. Some say there are terrible pitfalls leading to death and destruction, and this may very well be true. However, from each one of the 4 caves mentioned there is a small, narrow tunnel leading to the 5th cave, a cozy little room occupied by the Daemon of Repentance. And as the rocky floors of these passages are well worn by the tracks of passing feet, I judge that many wanderers in the caves of the Daemons have escaped through the tunnels to the abode of the Daemon of Repentance, who is said to be a pleasant sort of fellow, who gladly opens for one a little door, admitting you into fresh air and sunshine again. Well, these Daemons of the caves, thinking they had great cause to dislike old Santa Claus, held a meeting one day to discuss the matter. "I'm really getting lonesome," said the Daemon of Selfishness, "for Santa Claus distributes so many pretty Christmas gifts to all the children that they become happy and generous through his example and keep away from my cave." "I'm having the same trouble," rejoined the Daemon of Envy. "The little ones seem quite content with Santa Claus, and there are few, indeed, that I can coax to become envious." "And that makes it bad for me," declared the Daemon of Hatred. "For if no children pass through the caves of Selfishness and Envy, none can get to my cavern." "Or to mine," added the Daemon of Malice. "For my part," said the Daemon of Repentance, "it is easily seen that if children do not visit your caves, they have no need to visit mine, so that I am quite as neglected as you are." "And all this because of this person they call Santa Claus," exclaimed the Daemon of Envy. "He is simply ruining our business, and something must be done at once." To this they readily agreed, but what to do was another and more difficult matter to settle. They knew that Santa Claus worked all through the year at his castle in the Laughing Valley, preparing the gifts he was to distribute on Christmas Eve, and at first they resolved to try and tempt him into their caves, that they might lead him on to the terrible pitfalls that ended in destruction. So the very next day, while Santa Claus was busily at work, surrounded by his little band of assistants, the Daemon of Selfishness came to him and said, "These toys are wonderfully bright and pretty. Why do you not keep them for yourself? It is a pity to give them to those noisy boys and fretful girls, who break and destroy them so quickly." "Nonsense!" cried the old greybeard, his bright eyes twinkling merrily as he turned toward the tempting Daemon. "The boys and girls are never so noisy and fretful after receiving my presents, and if I can make them happy for one day in the year, I am quite content." So the Daemon went back to the others, who awaited him in their caves, and said, "I have failed, for Santa Claus is not at all selfish." The following day the Daemon of Envy visited Santa Claus. Said he, "The toy shops are full of playthings quite as pretty as those you are making. What a shame it is that they should interfere with your business. They make toys by machinery much quicker than you can make them by hand, and they sell them for money, while you get nothing at all for your work." But Santa Claus refused to be envious of the toy shops. "I can supply the little ones but once a year, on Christmas Eve," he answered, "for the children are many, and I am but one. And as my work is one of love and kindness, I would be ashamed to receive money for my little gifts. But throughout all the year, the children must be amused in some way, and so the toy shops are able to bring much happiness to my little friends. I like the toy shops, and I am glad to see them prosper." In spite of the second rebuff, the Daemon of Hatred thought he would try to influence Santa Claus. So the next day he entered the busy workshop and said, "Good morning, Santa. I have bad news for you." "Then run away like a good fellow," answered Santa Claus. "Bad news is something that should be kept secret and never told." "You cannot escape this, however," declared the Daemon, For in the world are a good many who do not believe in Santa Claus, and these you are bound to hate bitterly, since they have so wronged you." "Oh, stuff and rubbish!" cried Santa Claus. "And there are others who resent your making children happy, and who sneer at you, and call you a foolish old rattle-pate. You are quite right to hate such base slanderers, and you ought to be revenged upon them for their evil words." "But I don't hate 'em," exclaimed Santa Claus positively. "Such people do me no real harm, but merely render themselves and their children unhappy. Poor things! I'd much rather help them any day than injure them." Indeed, the Damons could not tempt old Santa Claus in any way. On the contrary, he was shrewd enough to see that their object in visiting him was to make mischief and trouble, and his cheery laughter disconcerted the evil ones and showed them the folly of such an undertaking. So they abandoned honeyed words and determined to use force. It was well known that no harm can come to Santa Claus while he is in the Laughing Valley, for the fairies and Ryls and Knooks all protect him. But on Christmas Eve he drives his reindeer out into the big world, carrying a sleigh load of toys and pretty gifts to the children, and this was the time and the occasion when his enemies had the best chance to injure him. So the Damons laid their plans and awaited the arrival of Christmas Eve. The moon shone big and white in the sky, and the snow lay crisp and sparkling on the ground as Santa Claus cracked his whip and sped away out of the valley into the great world beyond. The roomy sleigh was packed full with huge sacks of toys, and as the reindeer dashed onward, our jolly old Santa laughed and whistled and sang for very joy. For in all his merry life this was the one day in the year when he was happiest, the day he lovingly bestowed the treasures of his workshop upon the little children. It would be a busy night for him, he well knew. As he whistled and shouted and cracked his whip again, he reviewed in mind all the towns and cities and farmhouses where he was expected, and figured that he had just enough presents to go around and make every child happy. The reindeer knew exactly what was expected of them, and dashed along so swiftly that their feet scarcely seemed to touch the snow-covered ground. Suddenly a strange thing happened. A rope shot through the moonlight, and a big noose that was in the end of it settled over the arms and body of Santa Claus and drew tight. Before he could resist or even cry out, he was jerked from the seat of the sleigh and tumbled head foremost into a snowbank, while the reindeer rushed onward with a load of toys and carried it quickly out of sight and sound. Such a surprising experience confused old Santa for a moment, and when he had collected his senses he found that the wicked Damons had pulled him from the snowdrift and bound him tightly with many coils of the stout rope. And then they carried the kidnapped Santa Claus away to their mountain, where they thrust the prisoner into a secret cave and chained him to the rocky wall so that he could not escape. "Ha ha!" laughed the Damons, rubbing their hands together with cruel glee. "What will the children do now? How they will cry and scold and storm when they find there are no toys in their stockings and no gifts on their Christmas trees! And what a lot of punishment they will receive from their parents! And how they will flock to our caves of selfishness and envy and hatred and malice! We have done a mighty clever thing, we Damons of the caves." Now it so chanced that on this Christmas Eve the good Santa Claus had taken with him in his sleigh Nutter the Ryle, Peter the Knook, Kilter the Pixie, and a small fairy named Whisk, his 4 favorite assistants. These little people he had often found very useful in helping him to distribute his gifts to the children, and when their master was so suddenly dragged from the sleigh, they were all snugly tucked underneath the seat, where the sharp wind could not reach them. The tiny immortals knew nothing of the capture of Santa Claus until some time after he had disappeared, but finally they missed his cheery voice, and as their master always sang or whistled on his journeys, the silence warned them that something was wrong. Little Whisk stuck out his head from underneath the seat and found Santa Claus gone, and no one to direct the flight of the reindeer. "Whoa!" he called out, and the deer obediently slackened speed and came to a halt. Peter and Nutter and Kilter all jumped upon the seat and looked back over the track made by the sleigh, but Santa Claus had been left miles and miles behind. "What shall we do?" asked Whisk anxiously. all the mirth and mischief banished from his wee face by this great calamity. "We must go back at once and find our master," said Nutter the Ryl, who thought and spoke with much deliberation. "No, no," exclaimed Peter the Knook, who, cross and crabbed though he was, might always be depended upon in an emergency. "If we delay or go back, there will not be time to get the toys to the children before morning, and that would grieve Santa Claus more than anything else." "It is certain that some wicked creatures have captured him," added Kilter thoughtfully, "and their object must be to make the children unhappy. So our first duty is to get the toys distributed as carefully as if Santa Claus were himself present. Afterward we can search for our master and easily secure his freedom." This seemed such a good and sensible advice that the others at once resolved to adopt it. So Peter the Knook called to the reindeer, and the faithful animals again sprang forward and dashed over hill and valley, through forest and plain, until they came to the houses wherein children lay sleeping and dreaming of the pretty gifts they would find on Christmas morning. The little immortals had set themselves a difficult task, for although they had assisted Santa Claus on many of his journeys, their master had always directed and guided them and told them exactly what he wished them to do. But now they had to distribute the toys according to their own judgment, and they did not understand children as well as did old Santa. So it is no wonder they made some laughable errors. Mamie Brown, who wanted a doll, got a drum instead. And a drum is of no use to a girl who loves dolls. And Charlie Smith, who delights to romp and play out of doors, and who wanted some new rubber boots to keep his feet dry, received a sewing box filled with colored worsteds and threads and needles, which made him so provoked that he thoughtlessly called our dear Santa Claus a fraud. Had there been many such mistakes, the Damons would have accomplished their evil purpose and made the children unhappy. But the little friends of the absent Santa Claus labored faithfully and intelligently to carry out their master's ideas, and they made fewer errors than might be expected under such unusual circumstances. And, although they worked as swiftly as possible, day had begun to break before the toys and other presents were all distributed. So for the first time in many years the reindeer trotted into the Laughing Valley, on their return, in broad daylight, with the brilliant sun peeping over the edge of the forest, to prove they were far behind their accustomed hour. Having put the deer in the stable, the little folk began to wonder how they might rescue their master, and they realized they must discover, first of all, what had happened to him and where he was. So Whisk the fairy transported himself to the bower of the Fairy Queen, which was located deep in the heart of the forest of Burzee. And once there, it did not take him long to find out all about the naughty Damons and how they had kidnapped the good Santa Claus to prevent his making children happy. The Fairy Queen also promised her assistance, and then, fortified by this powerful support, Whisk flew back to where Nutter and Peter and Kilter awaited him, and the four counseled together and laid plans to rescue their master from his enemies. It is possible that Santa Claus was not as merry as usual during the night that succeeded his capture, for although he had faith in the judgment of his little friends, he could not avoid a certain amount of worry, and an anxious look would creep at times into his kind old eyes as he thought of the disappointment that might await his dear little children, and the Damons, who guarded him by turns, one after another, did not neglect to taunt him with contemptuous words in his helpless condition. When Christmas Day dawned, the Damon of Malice was guarding the prisoner, and his tongue was sharper than that of any of the others. "The children are waking up, Santa," he cried. "They are waking up to find their stockings empty. Ho, ho! How they will quarrel and wail and stamp their feet in anger. Our caves will be full today, old Santa. Our caves are sure to be full." But to this, as to other like taunts, Santa Claus answered nothing. He was much grieved by his capture, it is true, but his courage did not forsake him, and, finding that the prisoner would not reply to his jeers, the Damon of Malice presently went away, and sent the Damon of Repentance to take his place. This last personage was not so disagreeable as the others. He had gentle and refined features, and his voice was soft and pleasant in tone. "My brother Damons do not trust me overmuch," said he, as he entered the cavern. "But it is morning, now, and the mischief is done. You cannot visit the children again for another year." "That is true," answered Santa Claus almost cheerfully. "Christmas Eve is past, and for the first time in centuries I have not visited my children." "The little ones will be greatly disappointed," murmured the Daemon of Repentance, almost regretfully. "But that cannot be helped now. Their grief is likely to make the children selfish and envious and hateful, and if they come to the caves of the Daemons today, I shall get a chance to lead some of them to my cave of repentance." "Do you never repent, yourself?" asked Santa Claus curiously. "Oh, yes, indeed," answered the Daemon. "I am even now repenting that I assisted in your capture. Of course it is too late to remedy the evil that has been done. But repentance, you know, can come only after an evil thought or deed, for in the beginning there is nothing to repent of." "So I understand," said Santa Claus. "Those who avoid evil need never visit your cave." "As a rule, that is true," replied the Daemon. "Yet you, who have done no evil, are about to visit my cave at once, for to prove that I sincerely regret my share in your capture, I am going to permit you to escape." This speech greatly surprised the prisoner, until he reflected that it was just what might be expected of the Daemon of Repentance. The fellow at once busied himself untying the knots that bound Santa Claus and unlocking the chains that fastened him to the wall. Then he led the way through a long tunnel until they both emerged in the cave of repentance. "I hope you will forgive me," said the Daemon pleadingly. "I am really not a bad person, you know, and I believe I accomplish a great deal of good in the world." With this he opened a back door and let in a flood of sunshine, and Santa Claus sniffed the fresh air gratefully. "I bear no malice," he said to the Daemon in a gentle voice. "I am sure the world would be a dreary place without you. So good morning, and a Merry Christmas to you." With these words he stepped out to greet the bright morning, and a moment later he was trudging along, whistling softly to himself, on his way to his home in the Laughing Valley. Marching over the snow toward the mountain was a vast army made up of the most curious creatures imaginable. There were numberless knooks from the forest, as rough and crooked in appearance as the gnarled branches of the trees they ministered to. And there were dainty rills from the fields, each one bearing the emblem of the flower or plant it guarded. Behind these were many ranks of pixies, gnomes, and nymphs, and in the rear 1,000 beautiful fairies floated along in gorgeous array. This wonderful army was led by Whisk, Peter, Nutter, and Kilter, who had assembled it to rescue Santa Claus from captivity and to punish the Daemons who had dared to take him away from his beloved children. And, although they looked so bright and peaceful, the little immortals were armed with powers that would be very terrible to those who had incurred their anger. Woe to the Daemons of the caves if this mighty army of vengeance ever met them. But lo! Coming to meet his loyal friends appeared the imposing form of Santa Claus, his white beard floating in the breeze, and his bright eyes sparkling with pleasure at this proof of the love and veneration he had inspired in the hearts of the most powerful creatures in existence. And while they clustered around him and danced with glee at his safe return, he gave them earnest thanks for their support. But Whisk and Nutter and Peter and Kilter he embraced affectionately. "It is useless to pursue the Daemons," said Santa Claus to the army. "They have their place in the world, and can never be destroyed. But that is a great pity, nevertheless," he continued musingly. So the fairies and nooks and pixies and rills all escorted the good man to his castle, and there left him to talk over the events of the night with his little assistants. Whisk had already rendered himself invisible and flown through the big world to see how the children were getting along on this bright Christmas morning, and by the time he returned, Peter had finished telling Santa Claus of how they had distributed the toys. "We really did very well," cried the fairy in a pleased voice, "for I found little unhappiness among the children this morning. Still, you must not get captured again, my dear master, for we might not be so fortunate another time in carrying out your ideas." He then related the mistakes that had been made, and which he had not discovered until his tour of inspection. And Santa Claus at once sent him with rubber boots for Charlie Smith and a doll for Mamie Brown, so that even those two disappointed ones became happy. As for the wicked Daemons of the caves, they were filled with anger and chagrin when they found that their clever capture of Santa Claus had come to naught. Indeed, no one on that Christmas day appeared to be at all selfish, or envious, or hateful. And, realizing that while the children's saint had so many powerful friends it was folly to oppose him, the Damons never again attempted to interfere with his journeys on Christmas Eve. End of A Captured Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel.
Christmas Carol by Paul Laurence Dunbar. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ring out, ye bells! All nature swells with gladness at the wondrous story. The world was lorn, but Christ is born, to change our sadness into glory. Sing, earthlings, sing! Tonight a King hath come from heaven's high throne to bless us. The outstretched hand o'er all the land is raised in pity to caress us. Come at his call, be joyful all, away with mourning and with sadness. The heavenly choir with holy fire their voices raise in songs of gladness. The darkness breaks, and dawn awakes, her cheeks suffused with youthful blushes. The rocks and stones in holy tones are singing sweeter than the thrushes. Then why should we in silence be, when nature lends her voice to praises? When heaven and earth proclaim the truth of him for whom that lone star blazes? No, be not still, but with a will strike all your harps and set them ringing. On hill and heath let every breath throw all its power into singing. End of Christmas Carol by Paul Laurence Dunbar. Read by Maria Kasper.
Christmas Games, Snapdragon, edited by R. Chambers, read by MichaelMaggs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Christmas Games, Snapdragon. Some interesting particulars relative to the indoor diversions of our ancestors at Christmas occur in the following passage quoted by Brand from a tract entitled Round About Our Coal Fire, or Christmas Entertainments, which was published in the early part of the last century. The time of the year being cold and frosty, the diversions are within doors, either in exercise or by the fireside. Dancing is one of the chief exercises, or else there is a match at Blind Man's Buff or Puss in the Corner. The next game is Questions and Commands, when the commander may oblige his subjects to answer any lawful question and may make the same obey him instantly, under the penalty of being smutted, having his face blackened, or paying such forfeit as may be laid on the aggressor. Most of the other diversions are cards and dice. From the above, we gather that the sports on Christmas evenings 150 years ago were not greatly dissimilar to those in vogue at the present day. The names of almost all the pastimes then mentioned must be familiar to every reader who has probably also participated in them himself at some period of his life. Let us only add charades, that favourite amusement of modern drawing-rooms, and of these only the name, not the sport itself, was unknown to our ancestors, together with a higher spirit of refinement and delicacy, and we shall discover little difference between the juvenile pastimes of a Christmas party in the reign of Queen Victoria and a similar assemblage in the reign of Queen Anne or the first Georges. One favourite Christmas sport, very generally played on Christmas Eve, has been handed down to us from time immemorial under the name of Snapdragon. To our English readers, this amusement is perfectly familiar, but it is almost unknown in Scotland, and it seems therefore desirable here to give a description of the pastime. A quantity of raisins are deposited in a large dish or bowl. The broader and shallower this is, the better, and brandy or some other spirit is poured over the fruit and ignited. The bystanders now endeavour, by turns, to grasp a raisin by plunging their hands through the flames, and as this is somewhat of an arduous feat, requiring both courage and rapidity of action, a considerable amount of laughter and merriment is evoked at the expense of the unsuccessful competitors. As an appropriate accompaniment, we introduce here the Song of Snapdragon. Here he comes with flaming bowl, don't he mean to take his toll? Snip, snap, dragon. Take care you don't take too much, be not greedy in your clutch. Snip, snap, dragon. With his blue and lapping tongue many of you will be stung. Snip, snap, dragon. For he snaps at all that comes, snatching at his feast of plums. Snip, snap, dragon. But old Christmas makes him come, though he looks so fee-fa-fum. Snip, snap, dragon. Don't he fear him, but be bold. Out he goes, his flames are cold. Snip, snap, dragon. Whilst the sport of Snapdragon is going on, it is usual to extinguish all the lights in the room, so that the lurid glare from the flaming spirits may exercise to its full its weird-like effect. There seems little doubt that in this amusement we retain a trace of the fiery ordeal of the Middle Ages, and also of the druidical fire-worship of a still remoter epoch. A curious reference to it occurs in the quaint old play of Lingua, quoted by Mr. Sands in his work on Christmas. Memory. Oh, I remember this dish well. It was first invented by Pluto to entertain Proserpine withal. Phantastes. I think not so, Memory, for when Hercules had killed the flaming dragon of Hesperia, with the apples of that orchard he made this fiery meat, in memory whereof he named it Snapdragon. Snapdragon, to personify him, has a poor relation or country cousin who bears the name of Flapdragon. This is a favourite amusement among the common people in the western counties of England, and consists in placing a lighted candle in a can of ale or cider and drinking up the contents of the vessel. This act entails, of course, considerable risk of having the face singed, and herein lies the essence of the sport, which may be averred to be a somewhat more arduous proceeding in these days of moustaches and long whiskers than it was in the time of our close-shaved grandfathers. End of Christmas Games, Snapdragon, edited by R. Chambers.
Christmas Once is Christmas Still by Phillips Brooks, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas Once is Christmas Still. The silent skies are full of speech, for who hath ears to hear? The winds are whispering each to each, the moon is calling to the beach, and stars their sacred mission teach, of faith and love and fear. But once the sky its silence broke, and song o'erflowed the earth, the midnight air with glory shook, and angels mortal language spoke, when God our human nature took, in Christ the Saviour's birth. And Christmas once is Christmas still, the gates through which he came, and forests wild and murmuring rill, and fruitful field and breezy hill, and all that else the wide world fill, are vocal with his name. Shall we not listen while they sing this latest Christmas morn, and music here in everything, and faithful lives in tribute bring to the great song which greets the King, who comes when Christ is born. The sky can still remember the earliest Christmas morn, when in the cold December the Saviour Christ was born. And still in darkness clouded, and still in noonday light, it feels its far depths crowded with angels fair and bright. O never-failing splendor, O never-silent song, still keep the green earth tender, still keep the grey earth strong, still keep the brave earth dreaming of deeds that shall be done, while children's lives come streaming like sunbeams from the sun. No star unfolds its glory, no trumpet's wind is blown, but tells the Christmas story in music of its own. No eager strife of mortals in busy fields or town, but sees the open portals through which the Christ came down. O angels sweet and splendid, throng in our hearts, and sing the wonders which attended the coming of the King, till we too, boldly pressing where once the angel trod, climb Bethlehem's hill of blessing, and find the Son of God. End of Christmas Once is Christmas Still by Phillips Brooks, read by Thomas Peter.
Christmas on the Off Trail by Grantland Rice, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas on the Off Trail. We thought we had forgotten all the years that lie behind us, and though the vision beckons through the years that wait ahead, the white and scarlet berries of the season still remind us that dreams were merely sleeping which we thought forever dead. For vagabonds, it's Christmas, and the clans are congregating. Oh, vagabonds, it's Christmas, and we've come so far away, and in the lonesome shadows they are waiting, 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 for those who lost the road that leads to home and Christmas Day. We met our mate, the tramping wind, and so we let it lead us, from one with roseblood in her veins and sunshine in her hair. It called us from a mother who we thought would never need us, until the gray December winds brought in her silent prayer. For Christmas on the off trail isn't what we used to think it. The little horns are calling with the roll beat of the drum, and as we lift our mocking toast and sullenly we drink it, a kid calls, "Mother, Mother," and we know how far we've come. Gray ghosts across the drifting years, they come upon our dreaming, the kids we used to know before we knew the rover's fate. The little stockings by the hearth, the mother love a-streaming from weary eyes that look in vain beyond an old-time gate. Oh, vagabonds, tomorrow we will start with rag and pack again, and leave a merry song behind without a parting word. But now we'd give our souls to know the Christmas highway back again, to whisper, "Mother, Mother," and to know that she had heard. End of Christmas on the Off Trail by Grantland Rice, read by Phil Schempf.
The Christmas Tree, Christmas in Germany and America, edited by R. Chambers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MichaelMaggs. The Christmas Tree, Christmas Eve in Germany and America. In Germany, Christmas Eve is for children the most joyous night in the year, as they then feast their eyes on the magnificence of the Christmas tree and rejoice in the presents which have been provided for them on its branches by their parents and friends. The tree is arranged by the senior members of the family in the principal room of the house, and with the arrival of evening, the children are assembled in an adjoining apartment. At a given signal, the door of the great room is thrown open, and in rush the juveniles, eager and happy. There, on a long table in the centre of the room, stands the Christmas tree, every branch glittering with little lighted tapers, while all sorts of gifts and ornaments are suspended from the branches, and possibly also numerous other presents are deposited separately on the table, all properly labelled with the names of the respective recipients. The Christmas tree seems to be a very ancient custom in Germany, and is probably a remnant of the splendid and fanciful pageants of the Middle Ages. Apparently, since the marriage of Queen Victoria with Prince Albert, previous to which time it was almost unknown in this country, the custom has been introduced into England with the greatest success, and must be familiar to most of our readers. Though thoroughly an innovation on our old Christmas customs, and partaking indeed somewhat of a prosaic character, rather at variance with the beautiful poetry of many of our Christmas usages, he would be a cynic indeed who could derive no pleasure from contemplating the group of young and happy faces who cluster around the Christmas tree to share its pleasant fruit. S.T. Coleridge, in a letter from Ratzeburg in North Germany, published in The Friend and quoted by Hone, mentions the following Christmas customs as observed in that locality. Part of them seems to be derived from those ceremonies proper to St. Nicholas's Day, already described under 6 December. There is a Christmas custom here which pleased and interested me. The children make little presents to their parents and to each other, and the parents to their children. For 3 or 4 months before Christmas, the girls are all busy, and the boys save up their pocket money to buy these presents. What the present is to be is cautiously kept secret, and the girls have a world of contrivances to conceal it, such as working when they are out on visits, and the others are not with them, getting up in the morning before daylight, etc. Then, on the evening before Christmas Day, one of the parlours is lighted up by the children, into which the parents must not go. A great yew-bough is fastened on the table at a little distance from the wall. A multitude of little tapers are fixed to the bough, but so not to burn it till they are nearly consumed, and coloured paper, etc., hangs and flutters from the twigs. Under this bough the children lay out, in great order, the presents they mean for their parents, still concealing in their pockets what they intend for each other. Then the parents are introduced, and each presents his little gift. They then bring out the remainder one by one from their pockets and present them with kisses and embraces. Where I witnessed this scene, there were 8 or 9 children, and the eldest daughter and the mother wept aloud for joy and tenderness, and the tears ran down the face of the father, and he clasped all his children so tight to his breast, it seemed as if he did it to stifle the sob that was rising within it. I was very much affected. The shadow of the bough and its appendages on the wall, and arching over on the ceiling, made a pretty picture, and then the raptures of the very little ones, when at last the twigs and their needles began to take fire, and snap! Oh, it was a delight to them. On the next day, Christmas Day, in the great parlour, the parents lay out on the table the presents for the children. A scene of more sober joy succeeds, as on this day, after an old custom, the mother says privately to each of her daughters, and the father to his sons, that which he has observed most praiseworthy, and that which was most faulty in their conduct. Formerly, and still in all the smaller towns and villages throughout North Germany, these presents were sent by all the parents to some one fellow who, in high buskins, a white robe, a mask, and an enormous flax wig, personates Knecht Rupert, i.e. the servant Rupert. On Christmas night he goes round to every house, and says that Jesus Christ his Master sent him thither. The parents and elder children receive him with great pomp and reverence, while the little ones are most terribly frightened. He then inquires for the children, and, according to the character which he hears from the parents, he gives them the intended presents, as if they came out of heaven from Jesus Christ. Or, if they should have been bad children, he gives the parents a rod, and in the name of his Master recommends them to use it frequently. About 7 or 8 years old, the children are let into the secret, and it is curious how faithfully they keep it. In the state of Pennsylvania, in North America, where many of the settlers are of German descent, Christmas Eve is observed with many of the ceremonies practised in the fatherland of the Old World. The Christmas tree branches forth in all its splendour, and, before going to sleep, the children hang up their stockings at the foot of the bed, to be filled by a personage bearing the name of Krish Kinkle, a corruption of Christ Kindlein, or the infant Christ, who is supposed to descend the chimney with gifts for all good children. If, however, anyone has been naughty, he finds a birch rod instead of sweetmeats in the stocking. This implement of correction is believed to have been placed there by another personage called Pels-Nicol, or Nicholas with the Fur, in allusion to the dress of skins which he is supposed to wear. In this notion, a connection is evidently to be traced with the well-known legendary attributes of St. Nicholas, previously described, though the benignant character of the saint is in this instance woefully belied. It is further to be remarked that though the general understanding is that Krish Kinkle and Pels-Nicol are distinct personages, the one the rewarder of good children, the other the punisher of the bad, they are also occasionally represented as the same individual under different characters, the prototype of which was doubtless the charitable St. Nicholas. End of The Christmas Tree, Christmas Eve in Germany and America, edited by R. Chambers.
Eddi's Service by Rudyard Kipling, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AD 687. Eddi, priest of St. Wilfrid, in his chapel at Manhood End, ordered a midnight service for such as cared to attend. But the Saxons were keeping Christmas, and the night was stormy as well. Nobody came to service, though Eddi rang the bell.
"Wicked weather for walking,"
said Eddi of Manhood End,
"but I must go on with the service, for such as care to attend."
The altar lamps were lighted. An old marsh donkey came, bold as a guest invited, and stared at the guttering flame. The storm beat on at the windows, the water splashed on the floor, and a wet, yoke-weary bullock pushed in through the open door.
"How do I know what is greatest? How do I know what is least? That is my father's business,"
said Eddi, Wilfrid's priest.
"But 3 are gathered together. Listen to me and attend. I bring good news, my brethren,"
said Eddi of Manhood End. And he told the ox of a manger and a stall in Bethlehem, and he spoke to the ass of a rider that rode to Jerusalem. They steamed and dripped in the chancel, they listened and never stirred, while, just as though they were bishops, Eddi preached them the word, till the gale blew off on the marshes, and the windows showed the day, and the ox and the ass together wheeled and clattered away. And when the Saxons mocked him, said Eddi of Manhood End,
I dare not shut his chapel on such as care to attend. End of Eddi's Service by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Algy Pug and Newgatenovelist.
Christmas at the Hollow Tree Inn by Albert Bigelow Paine. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, when the robin and turtle and squirrel and jackrabbit had all gone home for the winter, nobody was left in the hollow tree except the coon and the possum and the old black crow. Of course, the others used to come back and visit them pretty often, and Mr. Dog, too, now that he had got to be good friends with all the Deep Woods people, and they thought a great deal of him when they got to know him better. Mr. Dog told them a lot of things they had never heard of before, things that he had learned at Mr. Man's house, and maybe that's one reason why they got to liking him so well. He told them about Santa Claus, for one thing, and how the old fellow came down the chimney on Christmas Eve to bring presents to Mr. Man and his children, who always hung up their stockings for them. And Mr. Dog said that once he had hung up his stocking, too, and got a nice bone in it. That was so good that he had buried and dug it up again as much as 6 times before spring. He said that Santa Claus always came to Mr. Man's house, and that whenever the children hung up their stockings, they were always sure to get something in them. Well, the Hollow Tree people had never heard of Santa Claus. They knew about Christmas, of course, because everybody, even the cows and sheep, knows about that. But they'd never heard of Santa Claus. You see, Santa Claus only comes from Mr. Man's house. But they didn't know that, either, so they thought that if they just hung up their stockings, he'd come there, too, and that's what they made up their minds to do. They talked about it a great deal together, and Mr. Possum looked over all his stockings to pick out the biggest one he had, and Mr. Crow made himself a new pair on purpose. Mr. Coon said he never knew Mr. Crow to make himself such big stockings before, but Mr. Crow said he was getting old and needed things bigger, and when he loaned one of his new stockings to Mr. Coon said, "That's so," and that he guessed they were about right after all. They didn't tell anybody about it first, but by and by they told Mr. Dog what they were going to do, and when Mr. Dog heard it, he wanted to laugh right out. You see, he knew Santa Claus never went anywhere except to Mr. Man's house, and he thought it would be a great joke on the Hollow Tree people when they hung up their stockings and didn't get anything. But by and by Mr. Dog thought about something else. He thought it would be too bad, too, for them to be disappointed that way. You see, Mr. Dog liked them all now, and when he thought about that a minute, he made up his mind to do something. And this is what it was. He made up his mind to play Santa Claus. He knew just how Santa Claus looked, because he'd seen lots of pictures at Mr. Man's house, and he thought it would be great fun to dress up that way, take a bag of presents to the Hollow Tree while they were all asleep, and fill up the stockings of the coon and possum and the old black crow. But first he had to be sure of some way of getting in, so he said to them he didn't see how they could expect Santa Claus. Their chimneys were so small, and Mr. Crow said they could leave the latch string out downstairs, which was just what Mr. Dog wanted. Then they said they were going to have all the folks that had spent the summer with them over for Christmas dinner, and to see the presents they had got in their stockings. They told Mr. Dog to drop over, too, if he could get away. And Mr. Dog said he would, and went off laughing to himself, and ran all the way home because he felt so pleased at what he was going to do. Well, he had to work pretty hard, I tell you, to get things ready. It wasn't so hard to get the presents as it was to rig up his Santa Claus dress. He found some long wool out in Mr. Man's barn for his white whiskers, and he put some that wasn't so long on the edges of his overcoat and boot tops and around an old hat he had. Then he borrowed a big sack he found out there, too, and fixed it up to swing over his back, just as he had seen Santa Claus do in the picture. He had a lot of nice things to take along. 3 tender young chickens he'd borrowed from Mr. Man, for one thing, and then he bought some new neckties for the Hollow Tree folks all around, and a big striped candy cane for each one, because candy canes always looked well sticking out of a stocking. Besides all that, he had a new pipe for each and a package of tobacco. You see, Mr. Dog lived with Mr. Man and didn't ever have to buy much for himself, so he had always saved his money. He had even more things than that, but I can't remember now just what they were. And when he started out, all dressed up like Santa Claus, I tell you his bag was pretty heavy, and he almost wished before he got there that he hadn't started with quite so much. It got heavier and heavier all the way, and he was glad enough to get there and find the latch-string out. He set his bag down to rest a minute before climbing the stairs, and then opened the doors softly and listened. He didn't hear a thing, except Mr. Crow and Mr. Coon and Mr. Possum breathing pretty low, and he knew they might wake up any minute, and he wouldn't have been caught there in the midst of things for a good deal. So he slipped up just as easy as anything, and when he got up there in the big parlor room, he almost had to laugh right out loud, for there were the stockings, sure enough, all hung up in a row, and a card with a name on it over each one, telling whom it belonged to. Then he listened again, and all at once he jumped and held his breath, for he heard Mr. Possum say something. But Mr. Possum was only talking in his sleep and saying, "I'll take another piece, please." And Mr. Dog knew he was dreaming about the mince pie he'd had for supper. So then he opened his bag and filled the stockings. He put in mixed candy and nuts and little things first, and then the pipes and tobacco and candy canes, so they'd show at the top, and hung a nice dressed chicken outside. I tell you, they looked fine. It almost made Mr. Dog wish he had a stocking of his own there to fill, and he forgot all about them waking up, and sat down in a chair to look at the stockings. It was a nice rocking chair, and over in a dark corner where they wouldn't be apt to see him, even if one of them did wake up and stick his head out of his room. So Mr. Dog felt pretty safe now, anyway. He rocked softly, and looked at the nice stockings, and thought how pleased they'd be in the morning, and how tired he was. You've heard about people being as tired as a dog, and that's just how Mr. Dog felt. He was so tired he didn't feel a bit like starting home, and by, he never did know how it happened, but by, Mr. Dog went sound asleep right there in his chair, with all his Santa Claus clothes on. And there he sat with his empty bag in his hand and the nice full stockings in front of him all night long. Even when it came morning and began to get light, Mr. Dog didn't know it. He just slept right on. He was that tired. Then pretty soon the door of Mr. Possum's room opened, and he poked out his head. And then the door of Mr. Coon's room opened, and he poked out his head. Then the door of the old black crow opened, and out poked his head. They all looked toward the stockings, and they didn't see Mr. Dog or even each other at all. They saw their stockings, though, and Mr. Coon said almost at once, "Oh, there's something in my stocking." And then Mr. Crow says, "Oh, there's something in my stocking, too." And Mr. Possum says, "Oh, there's something in all our stockings." And with that, they gave a great hurrah all together and rushed out and grabbed their stockings and turned around just in time to see Mr. Dog jump right straight out of his chair, for he did not know where he was the least bit in the world. "Oh, there's Santa Claus himself!" they all shouted together, and made a rush for their rooms, for they were scared almost to death. But it all dawned on Mr. Dog in a second, and he commenced to laugh and hurrah to think what a joke it was on everybody. And when they heard Mr. Dog laugh, they knew him right away, and they all came out and looked at him. And he had to tell just what he'd done and everything. So they emptied out their stockings on the floor, and ate some of the presents, and looked at the others, until they almost forgot about breakfast, just as children do on Christmas morning. Then Mr. Crow said, all at once, that he'd make a little coffee, and that Mr. Dog must stay and have some, and by they made him promise to spend the day with him, and be there when the robin and the squirrel, and Mr. Turtle and Jack Rabbit came, which he did. And it was snowing hard outside, which made it a nicer Christmas than if it hadn't been. And when all the others came, they brought presents too. And when they saw Mr. Dog dressed up as Santa Claus and heard how he'd gone to sleep and been caught, they laughed and laughed. And it snowed so hard they had to stay all night. And after dinner, they sat around the fire and told stories. and they had to stay the next night, too, and all that Christmas week. And I wish I could tell you all that happened that week, but I can't, because I haven't time. But it was the very nicest Christmas that ever was in the hollow tree or in the deep, big woods, anywhere. End of Christmas at the Hollow Tree Inn by Albert Bigelow Paine. Read by Winston Tharp.
Hymn of the Nativity by Henry Visitelli. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hymn of the Nativity. Crashaw, the author of the annexed hymn, was the son of a clergyman of the Church of England, and received his education at Cambridge. After taking his degree, he became a Fellow of Peterhouse College. Refusing, however, to subscribe to the Parliamentary Covenant, he was ejected from his fellowship, when he proceeded to France and embraced the Roman Catholic faith. His conversion probably arose from interested motives as, having been recommended to Henrietta Maria by his friend Cowley the poet, a canonry in the Church of Loretto was conferred on him. This dignity he only lived to enjoy for a short time, as he died of a fever in 1650, soon after his induction. Hymn of the Nativity, sung by the Shepherds. Richard Crashaw.
Come, we shepherds, whose blessed sight hath met love's noon in nature's night. Come, lift we up our loftier song, and wake the sun that lies too long.
To all our world of well-stolen joy, he slept and dreamt of no such thing, while we found out heaven's fairer eye, and kissed the cradle of our King.
Tell him he rises now too late, to show us aught worth looking at. Tell him we now can show him more than he e'er showed to mortal sight, than he himself e'er saw before, which to be seen needs not his light. Tell him, Tityrus, where thou'st been.
Tell him, Thyrsis, what thou hast seen. Gloomy night embraced the place where the noble infant lay. The babe looked up and showed his face. In spite of darkness, it was day. It was thy day, sweet, and did rise, not from the east, but from thine eyes.
Winter chid aloud, and sent the angry North to wage his wars. The North forgot his fierce intent, and left perfumes instead of scars. By those sweet eyes' persuasive powers, where he meant frost, he scattered flowers. We saw thee in thy balmy nest, bright dawn of our eternal day. We saw thine eyes break from their east, and chase the trembling shades away. We saw thee, and we blessed the sight. We saw thee by thine own sweet light.
Poor world, said I, what wilt thou do to entertain this starry stranger? Is this the best thou canst bestow? A cold and not too cleanly manger? Contend, ye powers of heaven and earth, to fit a bed for this huge birth.
Proud world, said I, cease your contest, and let the mighty babe alone. The phoenix build the phoenix nest, love's architecture is all one. The babe whose birth embraves this morn made his own bed ere he was born.
I saw the curled drops soft and slow come hovering o'er the place's head, offering their whitest sheets of snow to furnish the fair infant's bed. Forbear, said I, be not too bold. Your fleece is white, but 'tis too cold.
I saw the obsequious seraphims their rosy fleece of fire bestow, for well they now can spare their wings, since heaven itself lies here below. Well done, said I, but are you sure your down so warm will pass for pure?
No, your king's not yet to seek where to repose his royal head. See how soon his new bloom'd cheek twixt mother's breast is gone to bed. Sweet choice, said I, no way but so, not to lie cold, yet sleep in snow. We saw thee in thy balmy nest, bright dawn of our eternal day. We saw thine eyes break from their ease, and chase the trembling shades away. We saw thee, and we blessed the sight. We saw thee by thine own sweet light. End of Hymn of the Nativity by Henry Visitelli. Read by Eva Davis and Nemo.
Inexhaustibility of the Subject of Christmas by Leigh Hunt. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. So many things have been said of late years about Christmas, that it is supposed by some there is no saying more. Oh, they of little faith! What? Do they suppose that everything has been said that can be said about any one Christmas thing? About beef, for instance. About plum pudding. About minced pie. About holly. About ivy. About rosemary. About mistletoe. Good heavens, what an immense number of things remain to be said about mistletoe. About Christmas Eve. About Hunt the Slipper. About hot cockles. About blind man's buff. About shoeing the wild mare. About thread the needle. About he can do little that can't do this. About Puss in the Corner. About Snapdragon. About forfeits. About Miss Smith. About the bellman. About the waits. About chilblains. About carols. About the fire. About the block on it. About schoolboys. About their mothers. About Christmas boxes. About turkeys. About hogmanay. About goose pie. About mumming. About saluting the apple trees. About brawn. about plum porridge, about hobby horse, about hoppings, about wakes, about feed the dove, about hackings, about Yule does, about going a-gooding, about loaf-stealing, about Yule claps. Who has exhausted that subject, we should like to know? About wad shooting, about elder wine, about pantomimes, about cards, about New Year's Day, about gifts, about wassail, about twelfth cake, about king and queen, about characters, about eating too much, about aldermen, about the doctor, about all being in the wrong, about charity, about all being in the right, about faith, hope, and endeavor, about the greatest plum pudding for the greatest number, as to Perpetua, that is, faith, hope, and charity, and endeavor, and plum pudding, enough by and by all the year round for everybody that likes it. Why that should not be the case we cannot see, seeing that the earth is big and humankind teachable, and God very good in inciting us to do it. Meanwhile, gravity apart, we ask anybody whether any of the above subjects are exhausted, and we inform everybody that all the above customs still exist in some parts of our beloved country, however unintelligible they may have become in others. But to give a specimen of the non-exhaustion of any one of their topics, beef, for example. Now we should like to know who has exhausted the subject of the fine old roast Christmas piece of beef, from its original appearance in the meadows as part of the noble sultan of the herd, glorious old Taurus, the lord of the sturdy brow and ponderous agility, a sort of thunderbolt of a beast, well chosen by Jove to disguise in, one of nature's most striking compounds of apparent heaviness and unencumbered activity, up to its contribution to the noble Christmas dinner, smoking from the spit, and flanked by the outpost of Bacchus. John Bull, cannibalism apart, hails it like a sort of relation. He makes it part of his flesh and blood, glories in it, was named after it, has it served up on solemn occasions with music and a hymn, as it was the other day at the Royal City dinner. Oh, the roast beef of old England! And oh, the old English roast beef! And oh, observe, not merely oh again, but and with it, as if though the same piece of beef it were also another, and the same, cut and come again, making two of one in order to express intensity and reduplication of satisfaction. Oh, the roast beef of old England! And oh, the old English roast beef! We beg to assure the reader that a whole seer might be written on this single point of the Christmas dinner. And we shall be told, as orators exclaim, and this too in a British land, that the subject is exhausted. Then plum pudding. What a word is that! How plump and plump again! How round and repeated and plenipotential! There are two P's observed in plenipotential, and so there are in plum pudding. We love an exquisite fitness, a might and wealth of adaptation. Why, the whole round cheek of universal childhood is in the idea of plum pudding, aye, and the weight of manhood, and the plenitude of the majesty of city dames. Wealth itself is symbolized by the least of its fruity particles. A plum is a city fortune, a million of money. He, the old boy who has earned it, puts in his thumb, videlicet, into his pocket, and pulls out a plum, and says, "What a good man am I!" Observe a little boy at a Christmas dinner and his grandfather opposite him. What a world of secret similarity there is between them! How hope in one, and retrospection in the other, and appetite in both meet over the same ground of pudding, and understand it to a nicety! How the senior banters the little boy on his third slice, and how the little boy thinks within himself that he dines that day as well as the senior! How both look hot, and red, and smiling, and juvenile! How the little boy is conscious of the Christmas box in his pocket, of which indeed the grandfather jocosely puts him in mind, and how the grandfather is quite as conscious of the plum, or part of a plum, or whatever fraction it may be, in his own! How he incites the little boy to love money and good dinners all his life, and how determined the little boy is to abide by his advice, with a secret edition in favor of holidays and marbles, to which there is an analogy, in the senior's mind, on the side of trips to Hastings and a game at whist. Finally, the old gentleman sees his own face in the pretty smooth one of the child, and if the child is not best pleased at his proclamation of the likeness, in truth, is horrified at it and thinks it is a sort of madness, yet nice observers who have lived long enough to see the wonderful changes in people's faces from youth to age probably discern the thing well enough, and feel a movement of pathos at their hearts in considering the world of trouble and emotion that is the cause of the changes. That old man's face was once like that little boy's. That little boy's will be one day like that old man's. What a thought to make us all love and respect one another, if not for our fine qualities, let at least for the trouble and sorrow which we all go through. Ay, and joy too, for all people have their joys as well as troubles at one time or another, most likely both together or in constant alternation. And the greater part of troubles are not the worst things in the world, but only graver forms of the requisite motion of the universe or workings towards a better condition of things, the greater or less violent according as we give them violence, or respect them like awful but not ill-meaning gods and entertain them with a rewarded patience. Grave thoughts, you will say, for Christmas, but no season has a greater right to grave thoughts in passing, and for that very reason no season has a greater right to let them pass, and recur to more light ones. So a noble and merry season to you, my masters, and may we meet, thick and threefold, many a time and oft, in blithe yet most thoughtful pages. Fail not to call to mind in the course of the 25th of this month, that the divinest heart that ever walked the earth was born on that day, and then smile and enjoy yourselves for the rest of it, for mirth is also of heaven's making, and wondrous was the wine-drinking at Galilee. End of Inexhaustibility of the Subject of Christmas by Leigh Hunt. Recording by Philip Gould. Joel's Talk with Santa Claus by Eugene Field. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Christmas Eve, Joel Baker was in a most unhappy mood. He was lonesome and miserable. The chimes making merry Christmas music outside disturbed rather than soothed him. The jingle of the sleigh bells fretted him, and the shrill whistling of the wind around the corners of the house and up and down the chimney seemed to grate harshly on his ears. "Humph," said Joel wearily. "Christmas is nothing to me. There was a time when it meant a great deal, but that was long ago. 50 years is a long stretch to look back over. There is nothing in Christmas now, nothing for me at least. It is so long since Santa Claus remembered me that I venture to say he has forgotten that there ever was such a person as Joel Baker in all the world. It used to be different. Santa Claus used to think a great deal of me when I was a boy. Ah, Christmas nowadays ain't what it was in the good old time. No, not what it used to be." As Joel was absorbed in his distressing thoughts, he became aware very suddenly that somebody was entering or trying to enter the room. First came a draught of cold air, then a scraping, grating sound, then a strange shuffling, and then, yes, then, all at once, Joel saw a pair of fat legs and a still fatter body dangle down the chimney, followed presently by a long white beard, above which appeared a jolly red nose and 2 bright twinkling eyes, while over the head and forehead was drawn a fur cap, white with snowflakes. "Ha ha!" chuckled the fat jolly stranger, emerging from the chimney and standing well to one side of the hearthstone. "Ha ha! They don't have the big wide chimneys they used to build, but they can't keep Santa Claus out. No, they can't keep Santa Claus out. Ha ha ha! Though the chimney were no bigger than a gas pipe, Santa Claus would slide down it." It didn't require a second glance to assure Joel that the newcomer was indeed Santa Claus. Joel knew the good old saint, oh yes, and he had seen him once before, and although that was when Joel was a little boy, he had never forgotten how Santa Claus looked. Nor had Santa Claus forgotten Joel, although Joel thought he had. For now Santa Claus looked kindly at Joel, and smiled, and said, "Merry Christmas to you, Joel." "Thank you, old Santa Claus," replied Joel, "but I don't believe it's going to be a very Merry Christmas. It's been so long since I've had a Merry Christmas that I don't believe I'd know how to act if I had one." "Let's see," said Santa Claus. "It must be going on 50 years since I saw you last. Yes, you were 8 years old the last time I slipped down the chimney of the old homestead and filled your stocking. Do you remember it?" "I remember it well," answered Joel. "I had made up my mind to lie awake and see Santa Claus. I had heard tell of you, but I'd never seen you, and Brother Otis and I concluded we'd lie awake and watch for you to come." Santa Claus shook his head reproachfully. "That was very wrong," said he, "for I'm so scary that if I'd known you boys were awake I'd have never come down the chimney at all, and then you'd have had no presents." "But Otis couldn't keep awake," explained Joel. "We talked about everything we could think of till Father called out to us that if we didn't stop talking he'd have to send one of us up into the attic to sleep with the hired man. So in less than 5 minutes Otis was sound asleep and no pinching could wake him up. But I was bound to see Santa Claus, and I don't believe anything would have put me to sleep. I heard the big clock in the sitting room strike 11, and I had begun wondering if you never were going to come, when all of a sudden I heard the tinkle of the bells around your reindeers' necks. Then I heard the reindeers prancing on the roof and the sound of your sleigh runners cutting through the crust and slipping over the shingles. I was kind of scared, and I covered my head up with the sheet and quilts, only I left a little hole so I could peek out and see what was going on. As soon as I saw you I got over being scared, for you were jolly and smiling like, and you chuckled as you went around to each stocking and filled it up." "Yes, I can remember that night," said Santa Claus. "I brought you a sled, didn't I?" "Yes, and you brought Otis one, too," replied Joel. "Mine was red and had Yankee Doodle painted in black letters on the side. Otis's was black and had Snow Queen in gilt letters." "I remember those sleds distinctly," said Santa Claus, "for I made them specially for you boys." "You set the sleds up against the wall," continued Joel, "and then you filled the stockings." "There were 6 of 'em, as I recollect," said Santa Claus. "Let me see," queried Joel. "There was mine, and Otis's, and Elvira's, and Thankful's, and Susan Prickett's. Susan was our help, you know. No, there were only 5, and as I remember they were the biggest we could beg or borrow of Aunt Dorcas, who weighed nigh unto 200 pounds. Otis and I didn't like Susan Prickett, and we were hoping you'd put a cold potato in her stocking." "But Susan was a good girl," remonstrated Santa Claus. "You know I put cold potatoes only in the stockings of boys and girls who are bad and don't believe in Santa Claus." "At any rate," said Joel, "you filled all the stockings with candy and popcorn and nuts and raisins, and I can remember you said you were afraid you'd run out of popcorn balls before you got around. Then you left each of us a book. Elvira got the best one, which was The Garland of Friendship, and had poems in it about the bleeding of hearts and so forth. Father wasn't expecting anything, but you left him a new pair of mittens, and Mother got a new fur boa to wear to meetin'." "Of course," said Santa Claus, "I never forgot Father and Mother." "Well, it was as much as I could do to lay still," continued Joel, "for I'd been longing for a sled, and the sight of that red sled with Yankee Doodle painted on it just made me wild. But somehow or other I began to get powerful sleepy all at once, and I couldn't keep my eyes open. The next thing I knew, Otis was nudging me in the ribs. 'Get up, Joel,' says he, 'it's Christmas and Santa Claus has been here.' 'Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!' we cried as we tumbled out of bed. Then Elvira and Thankful came in, not more'n half dressed, and Susan came in too, and we just made Rome howl with Merry Christmas to each other. 'If you children don't make less noise in there,' cried Father, 'I'll have to send you all back to bed.' The idea of asking boys and girls to keep quiet on Christmas morning when they've got new sleds and garlands of friendship." Santa Claus chuckled. His rosy cheeks fairly beamed joy. "Otis and I didn't want any breakfast," said Joel. "We made up our minds that a stocking full of candy and popcorn and raisins would stay us for a while. I do believe there wasn't buckwheat cakes enough in the township to keep us indoors that morning. Buckwheat cakes don't size up much 'longside of a red sled with Yankee Doodle painted onto it, and a black sled named Snow Queen. We didn't care how cold it was, so much the better for sliding downhill. All the boys had new sleds. Leif Dawson, Bill Holbrook, Gum Adams, Rube Playford, Leander Merrick, Ezra Purple, all on 'em had new sleds 'ceptin' Martin Peavy, and he said he calculated Santa Claus had skipped him this year, 'cause his father had broke his leg hauling logs from the Pelham woods, and had been kep' indoors 6 weeks. But Martin had his old sled, and he didn't have to ask any odds of any of us, neither. "I brought Martin a sled the next Christmas," said Santa Claus. "Like as not. But did you ever slide downhill, Santa Claus? I don't mean such hills as they have out here in this new country, but one of them old-fashioned New England hills that was made specially for boys to slide down, full of bumpers and thank-you-barms, and about 10 times longer coming up than it is going down. The wind blew in our faces and almost took our breath away. 'Merry Christmas to ye, little boys,' it seemed to say, and it untied our mufflers and whirled the snow in our faces, just as if it was a boy too and wanted to play with us. An old crow came flapping over us from the cornfield beyond the meadow. He said, 'Caw! Caw!' when he saw my new sled. I suppose he'd never seen a red one before. Otis had a hard time with his sled, the black one, and he wondered why it wouldn't go as fast as mine would. 'Have you scraped the paint off'n the runners?' asked Grassley Goodnow. 'Course I have,' said Otis. 'Broke my own knife and Lute Ingram's a-doing it. But it don't seem to make no difference. The darned old thing won't go.' Then, what did Simon Buzzell say, but that, like as not, it was because Otis's sled's name was Snow Queen. 'Never did see a girl sled that was worth a cent anyway,' says Simon. Well, now that just about broke Otis up in business. 'It ain't a girl sled,' says he, 'and his name ain't Snow Queen. I'm a-going to call it Dan'l Webster, or Oliver Optic, or Sheriff Robbins, or after some other big man.' And the boys plagued him so much about that pesky girl sled that he scratched off the name, and as I remember, it did go better after that. About the only thing," continued Joel, "that marred the harmony of the occasion, as the editor of the Hampshire County Phoenix used to say, was the ashes that Deacon Morris Frisbee sprinkled out in front of his house. He said he wasn't going to have folks breaking their necks just on account of a lot of frivolous boys that was going to the gallows as fast as they could. Oh, how we hated him! And we'd have snowballed him, too, if we hadn't been afraid of the constable that lived next door. But the ashes didn't bother us much, and every time we slid side saddle we'd give the ashes a kick, and that sort of scattered 'em." The bare thought of this made Santa Claus laugh. "Going on about 9 o'clock," said Joel, "the girls come along. Sister Elvira and Thankful, Prudence Tucker, Belle Yoakum, Sophronie Holbrook, Sis Hubbard, and Marthy Sawyer. Marthy's brother Increase wanted her to ride on his sled, but Marthy allowed that a red sled was her choice every time. 'I don't see how I'm going to hold on,' said Marthy. 'Seems as if I would have my hands full keeping my things from blowing away.' 'Don't worry about yourself, Marthy,' says I, 'for if you'll look after your things, I kind of calc'late I'll manage not to lose you on the way.' Dear Marthy! Seems as if I could see you now, with your tangled hair a-blowing in the wind, your eyes all bright and sparkling, and your cheeks as red as apples. Seems, too, as if I could hear you laughing and calling, just as you did as I toiled up the old New England hill that Christmas morning, a-calling, 'Joel! Joel! Joel! Ain't you ever coming, Joel?' But the hill is long and steep, Marthy, and Joel ain't the boy he used to be. He's old and gray and feeble, but there's love and faith in his heart, and they kind of keep him tottering toward the voice he hears a-calling, 'Joel! Joel! Joel!'" "I know. I see it all," murmured Santa Claus very softly. "Oh, that was so long ago," sighed Joel, "so very long ago. And I've had no Christmas since. Only once, when our little one, Marthy's and mine, you remember him, Santa Claus?" "Yes," said Santa Claus, "a toddling little boy with blue eyes." "Like his mother," interrupted Joel. And he was like her, too, so gentle and loving, only we called him Joel, for that was my father's name, and it kind of run in the family. He wa'n't more than 3 years old when you came with your Christmas presents for him, Santa Claus. We had told him about you, and he used to go to the chimney every night and make a little prayer about what he wanted you to bring him. And you brought 'em, too, a stick horse, and a picture book, and some blocks, and a drum. They're on the shelf in the closet there, and his little Christmas stocking with 'em. I've saved 'em all, and I've taken 'em down and held 'em in my hands, oh, so many times. But when I came again, said Santa Claus, his little bed was empty, and I was alone. It killed his mother. Marthy was so tender-hearted. She kind of drooped and pined after that. So now they've been asleep, side by side, in the burying ground, these 30 years. That's why I'm so sad-like whenever Christmas comes, said Joel after a pause. The thinking of long ago makes me bitter almost. It's so different now from what it used to be. No, Joel, oh no, said Santa Claus. 'Tis the same world, and human nature is the same and always will be. But Christmas is for the little folks, and you who are old and grizzled now must know it and love it only through the gladness it brings the little ones. True, groaned Joel, but how may I know and feel this gladness when I have no little stocking hanging in my chimney corner, no child to please me with his prattle? See, I am alone. No, you are not alone, Joel, said Santa Claus. There are children in this great city who would love and bless you for your goodness if you but touched their hearts. Make them happy, Joel. Send by me this night some gift to the little boy in the old house yonder. He is poor and sick. A simple toy will fill his Christmas with gladness. His little sister, too. Take her some presents, said Joel. Make them happy for me, Santa Claus. You are right. Make them happy for me. How sweetly Joel slept. When he awoke, the sunlight streamed in through the window and seemed to bid him a Merry Christmas. How contented and happy Joel felt. It must have been the talk with Santa Claus that did it all. He had never known a sweeter sense of peace. A little girl came out of the house over the way. She had a new doll in her arms, and she sang a merry little song, and she laughed with joy as she skipped along the street. Aye, and at the window sat the little sick boy, and the toy Santa Claus left him seemed to have brought him strength and health, for his eyes sparkled and his cheeks glowed, and it was plain to see his heart was full of happiness. And oh, how the chimes did ring out, and how joyfully they sang their Christmas carol that morning. They sang of Bethlehem, and the manger, and the babe. They sang of love and charity, till all the Christmas air seemed full of angel voices. Carol of the Christmas morn, carol of the Christ-child born, carol to the listening sky, till it echoes back again. Glory be to God on high, peace on earth, goodwill toward men. So all this music, the carol of the chimes, the sound of children's voices, the smile of the poor little boy over the way, all this sweet music crept into Joel's heart that Christmas morning. Yes, and with these sweet holy influences came others so subtle and divine, that in its silent communion with them Joel's heart cried out Amen and Amen to the glory of the Christmas time. End of Joel's Talk with Santa Claus by Eugene Field. Recording by Philip Gould.
Marijos giesmė by Marijos. Read in Lithuanian. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marijos giesmė. Maria, Maria, skaisčiausia lelija, tu švieti aukštai ant dangaus. Palengvink vergiją, pagelbėk žmoniją, ją gelbėk nuo priešo baisaus. Mes, klystantys žmonės, Moldaviam malones, Maria, moldunet mesc, Tharp verken chu maru, chu james cucaru, no poalon chu stiprink, vesk. Cuno silpnibe, james poicibe, pragaro juada dvasia, prapulti stumia, šmonijos draugumą, judo galybę tamse. Kaip upės bėgimas, taip mus įpratimas, kas kartą vis traukia žemiaus. Vargai kasdieniniai, kaip pančiai gelžiniai, mus ryžti kada bepaliaus. Silpni, nusiminę, tavęs paskutinė, te matome viltį tik tai, tu savo malonę šią žemės karioniai palengvinti galia žinai. Marija, Marija, skaisčiausia lelija, dangaus karalienė šviesi, užstok prieš aukščiausiai, tu žmogų menkiausiai, taip daugiau pas Dievą gali. End of Marijos giesmė by Marijos, read by Thomas Peter.
McCarthy's Christmas Eve by Brian O'Higgins, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McCarthy kept telling himself that it was Christmas Eve, and that he must remember the spirit of the season, and keep his temper and his patience unimpaired. But it was no easy task. He had purchased several of the Christmas numbers, and for days the thought of an enjoyable read before a blazing fire in the parlor had carried him buoyantly through the busy hours at the office, where all was fuss and flurry. But alas and alas, for the daydreams of married men. On Christmas Eve there was wood to be chopped, and presents to be packed and posted, and broken toys to be mended. And in the middle of the day Mrs. Mac had implored him to take the children for a walk, while I try and straighten things up a bit. And she looked so weary and worried and rushed that McCarthy had not the heart to refuse, so with a longing look at his cozy parlor fire he went for a walk. Towards evening things grew quiet. The children were absorbed in their toys. Herself was cooking something in the kitchen. The parlor was as snug could be. The lamp had just been lighted, so McCarthy crept in very softly, pulled an armchair near the blaze, took up his favourite magazine, and in a moment he was the happiest man in that quiet Dublin suburb. Wasn't it just glorious to be at peace with all the world, while other people rushed frantically from shop to shop in the city, seeking everything only what the shops contained? Rat-tat, rat-tat. McCarthy nearly jumped out of his easy-chair, such a start did the sudden and imperative knock at the front door give him. There was a scurry of feet from the kitchen, and a shout of, "The postman, again!" when herself opened the door, and in a moment the whole family invaded the parlor, Mrs. Mac armed with a big cardboard box. The latter was quickly opened, while McCarthy sighed resignedly and fondly fingered the pages of his magazine. And then there was a shout of admiration from Willie and Ita and Brian and little Molly, as a beautiful brand-new suit for a boy came into view. To Brian from his godmother, herself read from a card which lay at the bottom of the box. And then there was another cheer, while the lucky godson danced with delight. Mrs. Mac was thinking hard, and McCarthy, dreading something that was to come, shivered. "He must wear it tomorrow," she said at last, partly to herself, in honour of the day, "and he hasn't a decent hat or cap to wear with it. What are we to do at all?" Her pretty face was puckered, but suddenly it brightened again. "Daddy?" "Yes?" McCarthy was deeply absorbed in his magazine, though he didn't see a word on the page that lay opened before him. "Would you mind running into town and getting a little hat or cap that would suit this? Any sort at all, so long as it's the right size for Brian, and either dark green or brown. You won't be more than an hour away." McCarthy felt that he must rebel at last. He looked up with a frown, but his glance fell upon her eager motherly face and on the faces of the other four, and he hadn't the heart to say nay. "All right," he said, in a tone of resignation, as he laid the magazine on the table and took the overcoat that she was already holding out to him. It was just at that moment that she remembered, one by one, about 7 other articles that couldn't possibly be dispensed with, and on his way to the tram, McCarthy was obliged to repeat the full message over several times, fearful lest he should forget even one item. When he reached the city, the streets were crowded, and every shop was packed, and every shop assistant was blind, deaf, and dumb. McCarthy got a hearing at last, after pushing and shoving and dodging and waiting patiently for half an hour. But when the hats and caps for little boys were shown to him, there was no green or brown in the right size, and the ones that would fit Brian were awful to look at. He knew very well that herself would not dream of putting them over that unexpected suit. So McCarthy was obliged to fight his way towards the street again and go through a similar struggle in another shop before the hat he wanted turned up. He was at least another hour pulling and pushing and beckoning to unseeing shop assistants before all the other things herself had asked him to get had been secured, and it was after 10 o'clock when, loaded with tiny parcels, he boarded a homebound tram. The car was crowded, and everybody was armed with packages and parcels of various shapes and sizes, and everybody, though weary and perspiring after their struggles in the shops, seemed pleased that the Christmas shopping was over. The tram was pretty well cleared of its passengers before it came to McCarthy's stopping place, and the only persons to alight at the road in which he lived were 3 countrywomen who had a long tramp before them ere they would reach the quiet district away beyond the township in which were their homes. As McCarthy passed out of the tram, he noticed a small parcel lying on the seat near the spot in which these women had been sitting, and picking it up, he hurried after them. They had already passed out of the arc of light thrown by the big electric lamp, and were making all the speed they could towards home. McCarthy ran until he overtook them, and inquired if they had lost anything, at the same time showing the parcel he had picked up. They counted all their belongings, and they were many, and then recounted them, but they could not see that there was anything missing. "You'll find it's yours," said McCarthy, who was in a hurry to be off. "It was on the seat just where you were sitting. I'm sure it must be yours." "Ah, sure, we'll take it anyway, sir," said one of the women at last. "Seeing somebody's lost it, it's lost, and it's as good to us as anyone else, whatever it is." McCarthy handed over the much-discussed parcel, and the women proceeded on their way, while he turned his steps towards home. Herself was busy upstairs when he arrived, so he flung the parcels on the parlour table and himself into the easy-chair, feeling, as he inwardly expressed it, just flattened out. She came fussing in a little while later, welcomed him home, thanked him most heartily, and proceeded to examine the contents of each parcel. Everything was there, except the little hat. They searched for it, here, there, and everywhere, but it was nowhere to be found. McCarthy groaned suddenly as a thought flashed into his brain. The parcel that was the sole cause of his having to go into the city, the parcel that had kept him shoving and shouldering and struggling in 2 shops for nearly an hour, the most important parcel of them all, he had pressed upon those 3 protesting countrywomen half an hour before. McCarthy sat down and said nothing. End of McCarthy's Christmas Eve by Brian O'Higgins. Read by Maria Kasper. Molly Ryan's Christmas Eve by W.J. Henderson. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was bitter cold on the night before Christmas, in latitude 40 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 50 degrees west. That lies just south of the southern extremity of the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, and a wild, melancholy, uneasy part of the Atlantic Ocean it is at the best of times. But on a Christmas Eve, with the wind in the northwest, it is a home of desolation. The wind was northwesterly on that particular Christmas Eve, and it was blowing what landsmen would call half a gale, and a sailor a brisk breeze. But the good steamer Astoria, from Liverpool for New York, made no account of a wind which served only to increase the draught in her fire-room, and to enable the engineer to squeeze 6 more revolutions per minute out of the propeller. She was making a fair 19½ knots per hour. When the cold spray came over the weather bow like a discharge of shot made of ice, and slashed the face of the first officer away up on the bridge, he only pulled his cap more tightly down over his ears, hauled the muffler higher around his neck, squinted at the compass card, and gritted his teeth, for he realized that the mighty machine under his feet was letting the degrees of longitude drop astern at a pace which promised the steamship a splendid winter record. "If the captain had only laid the course to the nor'ard," he muttered, "we'd have broken the record. I don't see what he's a-bug-a-lugging around here for, as if we was in the middle of summer, with ice on the banks. Keep your eyes in the bowl, you." The last remark was addressed to the man at the wheel. "I thought I seed summat when we riz to the last sea, sir," said the man. "See? You couldn't see your grandmother's ghost on such a night, lad. It's blacker than the inside of a cuttlefish." It was black, and no mistake. Little Molly Ryan, who was among the poor steerage passengers, with her father and mother, wondered if the ship was sailing on the ocean or just on darkness. Molly ought not to have been on deck, and if any sailor had seen her she would have been quickly sent below. But she was such a little body, and she huddled up so closely under the edge of the poop, that no one discovered her. It was so gloomy and close in the steerage quarters, and so many poor women were sick, that Molly had stolen away while her parents were dozing, to catch a breath of fresh air. The cold wind seemed to pierce through her, but she was fascinated by the darkness, and after a time she climbed up and sat on the rail, looking at the ghostly foam as it hurled itself against the iron side and swept hissing away under the quarter. Molly was in great danger, but she did not know it. She fancied she saw, away down there in the black and white waters, a beautiful Christmas tree loaded with silver toys that came and went with the foam. Molly had never had a Christmas tree, but she had heard about them, and her fondest hope was that some day she might see one. She leaned far out, looking down into the waters, and of course she could not know how close the bark Mary Ellis was. But the Mary Ellis was altogether too close. She was flying swiftly along before the wind, thundering down into the yawning hollows that flung her bows aloft again with terrible force, and her course was diagonally across the bows of the steamer. Now the skipper of the Mary Ellis was a rough, mean man, and he was trying to save oil, so his side lights were not burning. But those of the steamer were, and the watch on the bark's deck ought to have seen them. But for some reason they did not. So, every moment, the two ships kept drawing closer and closer together. Just as a steward happened to catch sight of Molly, and called to her to get down, there was a sudden outbreak of shouts forward. The first officer immediately called a swift order to the man at the wheel, then sprang to the engine-room telegraph and signaled the engineer to stop. A few seconds later, there was a jar, a noise of rending wood, and the Astoria struck the Mary Ellis, a glancing blow on her port quarter, carrying away a part of her bulwarks. At the same instant, Molly Ryan fell off the Astoria's rail into the sea. "Man overboard!" screamed the steward, who had reached the spot just a moment too late to catch her. But it takes a long time to stop a steamer going nearly 20 knots an hour, and by the time the first boat was lowered, the Astoria was far beyond the spot where Molly went over. Fortunately for Molly, when she came to the surface, half strangled, her little hands struck something hard, which floated. With the strength of despair, she climbed upon it. It was the part of the Mary Ellen's bulwarks that had been knocked off in the collision. Still more fortunately for Molly, the captain of the bark, rushing on deck, and hearing the cry, "Man overboard," thought that those words came from someone on his own vessel, and ordered one of his boats lowered away. Groping in the blackness amid the tumbling waters, the crew of this boat found Molly, and took her aboard the bark. "What?" exclaimed the captain. "Only a kid? Take her forward, some of you, and see her looked after." And having made sure that the bark was not seriously injured, he returned to his cabin to sleep. "Well, handsome," said a long, lean seaman with a pointed beard, who looked for all the world like a Connecticut farmer, "what you going to do with your wreckage now you got her?" "Thaw her out," said Handsome, as he was called, carrying Molly into the galley. The sailors fell into a general discussion as to how Molly should be treated, for the poor little thing was quite unconscious, and her clothes were freezing on her. However, after a while, she was undressed properly and gently thawed out and put to bed. The sailor called Handsome mixed a warm drink and poured it between her teeth. She gave a little gasp, opened her eyes, and gazed around. "Oh," she muttered, "there isn't any Christmas tree after all." And with that she fainted away again. The sailors looked at one another in solemn silence, till finally one said in a deep bass voice, "Well, if she ain't a-hunting for trees on the southerly end of the Grand Banks." "Well, that's what she's a-looking for, that's what she's a-going for to get," said Handsome, slapping one huge fist into the other. And then he and the other seamen sat down under the forecastle lamp and conversed earnestly in low tones. After several minutes of talk, they all arose, and Farmer Joe said, "Handsome, you are considerable pert when you're pert, but there's no time to lose. We must get to work right away." While these rough sailors were at work, little Molly passed from a state of unconsciousness to one of sleep. The big seamen took turns in watching over her. It was not a pretty bedroom that Molly had that night. It was dark and dingy, and full of weird noises of groaning timbers. A swinging lantern threw changeful shadows into all the corners, and showed some very rude bunks in which several sailors off watch were trying to snatch a brief rest. Just behind those bunks, against the stout sides of the bark, the seas burst in booming shocks, and ever and anon there was a noise of falling water overhead. Up and away the bows would soar and then plunge down again with a sickening rush into the turmoil of foam. But of course the sailors thought nothing of all these things. The forecastle was their home, and they were long ago hardened to its sights and sounds. In spite of everything, Molly slept quite soundly, wrapped in a rough blanket, with a pea-jacket spread over her shoulders, while Handsome and the other sailors were at work with a boat-hook, some small pieces of wood, oakum, and green paint. Whatever it was that they were making, it was strange enough to look at, but their hearts were in their work, and they conversed earnestly in low tones. At last it was finished and set up in a bucket close against the bulkhead, where the lantern shed its fitful light full upon it. "Very good, too," said Handsome, gazing at it, "but it won't do unless it's got something onto it." And then those sailor men went rummaging in their chests, and as they had been voyagers in all parts of the globe, they brought forth some curious toys to put upon the wondrous Christmas tree which they had made. Handsome contributed 3 large shells from the Indian Ocean, a dried mermaid, and a small Hindu god which answered very well for a dolly. Another produced a South African dagger, Chinese puzzle, and 3 brass nose rings from a South Pacific island. Farmer Joe brought out a stuffed marmoset, an Indian amulet, and a tin-type likeness of himself. A 4th sailor fished out of his chest a beautiful India silk handkerchief and a string of coral. Handsome gravely hung them on the Christmas tree. When all was done, he stepped back and studied the effect. "Very good, too," he said. "Yes," said Farmer Joe, "I guess you couldn't get any sich tree as that to home." At 6 o'clock on Christmas morning, Molly awoke. It was still dark, and the lantern's light was but dim. The sailors were huddled back in the corner farthest from their wonderful Christmas tree, which was set up where the child's eyes were most likely to fall on it as soon as she sat up in her bunk. So when Molly awoke, she did sit up and stare straight in front of her with sleepy eyes, trying to collect her thoughts and make out where she was. Gradually she became conscious of the tree. Her eyes opened wider and wider. She almost ceased to breathe for a few moments. Then, suddenly, she clapped her hands together and with a little scream of delight cried joyously, "Why, it's a Christmas tree!" The sailors nudged one another, and Handsome could not restrain a chuckle. Molly heard and looked around at them. A puzzled expression came over her face, and she studied her surroundings for a minute. "Isn't that a Christmas tree?" she asked. "That's what it is," cried English, "and we also is Santa Clauses." "Oh!" exclaimed Molly. "What funny Santa Clauses! I always thought there was only one." "Well, aboard this 'ere bark there is several." "And oh!" cried Molly, clapping her hands and jumping out of the bunk. "What a lot of funny things I've got for my Christmas. I never got much before, but I think I'd rather have my father and mother, please." And then she looked as if she were about to cry. "Don't go for to cry," said Handsome. "I'll sing you a song." "Oh, you are a nice Santa Claus," cried Molly, brightening up. "And all the rest of you Santa Clauses join in with the chorus," said Handsome, standing up and taking a hitch at his trousers, and then he sang. "How the cookie's at the binnacle, the captain's in the galley, and the mateys at the foretop with Sally in our alley, and the steward's on the bobstay, and a fishin' hard for sole. The wind is up and down the mast, so roll, boys, roll. Roll, boys, never mind the weather. No matter how the wind blows, we'll all get there together. Oh, the captain couldn't steer a ship because he was a lascar. The cook he had to show the way from France to Madagascar. The ship she couldn't carry sail because she had no rigging. The crew they had to live on clams, 'twas very deep for digging. Roll, boys, never mind the weather. No matter how the wind blows, we'll all get there together. The cook says let the anchors go, the crew says we ain't got 'em. The captain yells then pack your trunks, we'll all go to the bottom. The steward hove the lead, sir, 'twas 3 feet deep, no more. So every mother's son of us got up and walked ashore. Roll, boys, never mind the weather. No matter how the wind blows, we'll all get there together. The land was full of cannibals, which made it interestin'. We told them not to eat us, for we was such bad digestin'. The king comes down to see us, and he sports a paper collar, and he says if we'll clear out of that, he'll give us $50. Roll, boys, never mind the weather. No matter how the wind blows, we'll all get there together. So we fells an India rubber tree and makes a big canoe about the shape and pattern of a number 20 shoe. The cook he draws a sextant and the captain draws his pistol. One shoots the sun and one the king, and off we goes for Bristol. Roll, boys, never mind the weather. No matter how the wind blows, we'll all get there together. And now we're safe ashore again, we're going for to stay. There's grub to eat and grog for all, and wages good to pay. I'll cross my legs upon a stool and never be a sailor. I'd rather be a butcher or a baker or a tailor. Roll, boys, never mind the weather. No matter how the wind blows, we'll all get there together. At the end of the song, all the seamen stood up, joined hands, and danced around, roaring out what Handsome called the chorus in such tremendous voices that the captain, who had come on deck, ran to the forecastle hatch to see what was going on. He dropped down among his men so suddenly that they all paused in silence, expecting an outbreak of anger. But the captain slowly realized the meaning of the scene upon which he had intruded, and said, "All right, lads, amuse her, and take good care of her, and when we get to New York, I'll make it my business to find her father." He was as good as his word, and in due time Molly was placed in the arms of her parents, who had been mourning her as dead. It was a joyous reunion, you may be sure. But all the rest of her life Molly remembered her strange Christmas Eve at sea, and her wonderful Christmas tree. End of Molly Ryan's Christmas Eve by W.J. Henderson. Read by Maria Kasper.
Old Christmas Returned by Henry Visitelli. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Christmas Returned. All you that to feasting and mirth are inclined, come here's good news for to pleasure your mind. Old Christmas is come for to keep open house. He scorns to be guilty of starving a mouse. Then come, boys, and welcome for diet the chief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. A long time together he hath been forgot, they scarce could afford for to hang on the pot. Such miserly sneaking in England hath been, as by our forefathers ne'er used to be seen. But now he's returned, you shall have, in brief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The times were ne'er good since old Christmas was fled, and all hospitality hath been so dead. No mirth at our festivals late did appear, they scarcely would part with a cup of March beer. But now you shall have, for the ease of your grief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The butler and baker, they now may be glad, the times they are mended, though they have been bad. The brewer, he likewise may be of good cheer, he shall have good trading for ale and strong beer. All trade shall be jolly, and have for relief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The holly and ivy about the walls wind, and show that we ought to our neighbors be kind, inviting each other for pastime and sport, and where we best fare, there we most do resort. We fail not for victuals, and that of the chief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The cook shall be busied by day and by night, in roasting and boiling for taste and delight. Their senses in liquor that snappy they'll steep, though they be afforded to have little sleep. They still are employed for to dress us, in brief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Although the cold weather doth hunger provoke, 'tis a comfort to see how the chimneys do smoke. Provision is making for beer, ale, and wine, for all that are willing or ready to dine. Then haste to the kitchen, for diet the chief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. All travellers, as they do pass on their way, at gentlemen's halls are invited to stay, themselves to refresh, and their horses to rest, since that he must be old Christmas's guest. Nay, the poor shall not want, but have for relief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Now mock beggar hall it no more shall stand empty, but all shall be furnished with freedom and plenty. The hoarding old misers, who used to preserve the gold in their coffers and see the poor starve, must now spread their tables and give them, in brief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The court and the city and country are glad, old Christmas is come to cheer up the sad. Broad pieces and guineas about now shall fly, and hundreds be losers by cogging a die, whilst others are feasting with diet the chief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Those that have no coin at the cards for to play, may sit by the fire and pass time away, and drink of their moisture contented and free. My honest good fellow, come, here is to thee. And when they are hungry, full to their relief, plum pudding, goose capon, mince pies, and roast beef. Young gallants and ladies shall foot it along, each room in the house to the music shall throng, whilst jolly carouses about they shall pass, and each country swain trip about with his lass. Meantime goes the caterer to fetch in the chief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The cooks in the scullion, who toil in their frocks, their hopes do depend upon their Christmas box. There are very few that do live on the earth, but enjoy at this time either profit or mirth. Yea, those that are charged to find all relief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Then well may we welcome old Christmas to town, who brings us good cheer and good liquor so brown. To pass the cold winter away with delight, we feasted all day, and we frolic all night. Both hunger and cold we keep out with relief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Then let all curmudgeons who dote on their wealth, and value their treasure much more than their health, go hang themselves up, if they will be so kind. Old Christmas with them but small welcome shall find. They will not afford to themselves, without grief, plum pudding, goose capon, minced pies, and roast beef. End of Old Christmas Returned by Henry Visitelli. Read by Nemo.
On Good Wishes at Christmas by James Hayne Friswell. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Good Wishes at Christmas. At Christmas, which is a good holiday for most of us, but especially for that larger and better half of us, the young, there is, as everybody knows, a profusion of good things. The final cause of a great many existences is Christmas Day. How many of that vast flock of geese, which are now peacefully feeding over the long, cold wolds of Norfolk, or are driven gabbling and hissing by the gosard to their pasture, how many of those very geese were called into being simply for Christmas Day? In the towns, with closed streets and fetid courts, where the flaring gas at the corner of an alley marks the only bright spot, a gin palace, there a goose club is held, and there, for a short time, is the resting place, side by side with a bottle of gin, of one of those wise-looking and self-concentrated gobblers, whose name men have generally, and, as we think, unjustly, applied to the silly one amongst themselves. But it is only the profusion of good things, of cakes, puddings, spices, oranges, and fruits, from sunny Italy and Spain, from India and from Asia, from America, north and south, and even from distant Australia. It is not that amongst us, as long ago with the Franklin and Chaucer, that, at this time, quote, "It snowies in our house of meat and drinke." It is not that we have huge loads of beef chines, ribs, sirloins, legs, necks, breasts, and shoulders of mutton, fillets of veal, whole hogs, and pigs in various stages, from the tender suckling to the stiff-jointed father of a family, whose back hair makes good clothes-brushes, and whose head is brought in at college feasts. It is not that the air gives up its choicest fowl, and the waters yield their best fish. Plentiful as these are with us, they are nothing in profusion to the kindly greeting and good wishes that fly about in the cold weather, and that circulate from land's end to land's end. The whole coast of England is surrounded by a general shake hands. The coast guard on their wintry walks do not greet each other more surely than old friends all over England do, One clasps another, and another a third, till from Dover to London, and so on to York, from Yarmouth on the east to Bristol on the west, from John O'Groat's house at the extreme north to the Land's End, the very toenail of England on the south, a kindly greeting, we may be sure, will pass. And a cheerful thing it is, on this day of universal equality, on this day which, quote, to the cottage and the crown brought tidings of salvation down, end quote, to think that we can touch and hold each other with friendly hands all over our land. We all of us shake hands on Christmas Day. Leigh Hunt had a quaint fancy that he had, as it were by lineal descent, shaken hands with Milton. He would argue thus. He knew a man who had shaken hands with Dr. Johnson, who had clasped the hand of him who had shaken Dryden's right hand, who himself had thus greeted Andrew Marvell, who knew Master Elwood, the Quaker friend of Milton, who knew Milton himself, and thus, though our sovereign has her hand kissed, not shaken by her subjects, yet doubtless she will clasp the hands of her children, who, shaking those of others, will let the greeting and the good wishes descend to the lowest on that ladder of society which we are all trying to climb. As for hearty good wishes, spoken in all kinds of voices, from the deepest bass to the shrillest treble, we are sure that they circulate throughout the little island, and are borne on the wings of the post all over the seas. Erasmus, coming to England in Henry VIII's time, was struck with the deep heartiness of our wishes, good, aye, and bad too, but he most admired the good ones. Other nations ask in their greetings how a man carries himself, or how doth he stand with the world, or how doth he find himself, but the English greet with a pious wish that God may give one a good morning, or a good evening, good day, or good e'en, as the old writers have it. And when we part, we wish that God may be with you, though we now clip it into goodbye. End of On Good Wishes at Christmas by James Hayne Friswell. Read by Thomas Peter.
Outlanders, Whence Come Ye Last? By William Morris. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Outlanders, whence come ye last?
The snow in the street and the wind on the door.
Through what green seas and great have ye passed?
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
From far away, O masters mine.
The snow in the street and the wind on the door.
We come to bear you goodly wine.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
From far away we come to you.
The snow in the street and the wind on the door.
To tell of great tidings strange and true.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
News, news of the Trinity.
The snow in the street and the wind on the door.
And Mary and Joseph from over the sea.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
For as we wandered far and wide,
the snow in the street and the wind on the door.
What hap do ye deem there should us betide?
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
Under a bent when the night was deep,
the snow in the street and the wind on the door.
There lay 3 shepherds tending their sheep.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
O ye shepherds, what have ye seen?
The snow in the street and the wind on the door.
To slay your sorrow and heal your teen.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
In an ox stall this night we saw
the snow in the street and the wind on the door.
A babe and a maid without a flaw.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
There was an old man there beside.
The snow in the street and the wind on the door.
His hair was white and his hood was wide.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
And as we gazed this thing upon,
the snow in the street and the wind on the door,
those twain knelt down to the little one.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
And a marvellous song we straight did hear,
The snow in the street and the wind on the door,
that slew our sorrow and healed our care.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor.
News of a fair and a marvellous thing,
The snow in the street and the wind on the door.
Noel, 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 we sing.
Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. End of Outlanders, Whence Come Ye Last, by William Morris. Read by Algy Pug and Newgatenovelist.
The Oxen by Thomas Hardy. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Oxen. Christmas Eve and 12 of the clock. Now they're all on their knees, an elder said, as we sat in a flock, by the embers in hearthside ease. We pictured the meek mild creatures where they dwelt in their strawy pen, nor did it occur to one of us there to doubt they were kneeling then. So fair a fancy few would weave in these years. Yet I feel, if someone said on Christmas Eve, "Come, see the oxen kneel in the lonely barton by yonder coombe our childhood used to know," I should go with him in the gloom, hoping it might be so. End of The Oxen by Thomas Hardy.
Pace, de Octavian Goga. Citită în limba română. Aceasta este o înregistrare LibriVox. Toate înregistrările LibriVox sunt în domeniul public. Pentru mai multe informații sau pentru a deveni voluntar, te rog să vizitezi LibriVox.org. Pace. Luna-și picură argintul, tremurându-l pe fereastră. Vede atâta împăcare, străjuind căsuța noastră. Lângă pat, zâmbind, stă mama, adormindu-și copilașii. Cămășuță cu mătasă le-a cusut mâna nănașii. Numai moșul povestește, așezat pe fața vetrii. Duminiți de o pildă veche, îl ascultă doi cu metri. Dar auzi, cățelul latră, s-aud șopote în ogradă și s-aude, sub o pincă, scârțitul de zăpadă. Și-a curmat povestea moșul și tăcere mută în casă. Osteniți dorm ochelarii pe ceaslovul de pe masă. Licărind o rază atinge geamul ușii de la tindă. De 3 glasuri legănată se înfiripă o colindă. De sub țol ridică fruntea 2 fețe bucălaie. Blând zâmbește din icoană cuviosul Nicolae. Sfârșitul poeziei Pace, de Octavian Goga.
Second Landing by Floyd Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A gentle fancy for the Christmas season. An oft-told tale with a wistful twistful of something that left the earth with a wing and a prayer. Earth was so far away that it wasn't visible. Even the sun was only a twinkle. But this vast distance did not mean that isolation could endure forever. Instruments within the ship intercepted radio broadcasts and, within the hour, early TV signals. Machines compiled dictionaries and grammars and began translating the major languages. The history of the planet was tabulated as facts became available. The course of the ship changed slightly. It was not much out of the way to swing nearer Earth. For days the two within the ship listened and watched with little comment. They had to decide soon. We've got to make or break, said the first alien. You know what I'm in favor of, said the second. I can guess, said Nathaniel, who had spoken first. The place is a complete mess. They've never done anything except fight each other and invent better weapons. It's not what they've done, said Ball, the second alien. It's what they're going to do with that big bomb. The more reason for stopping, said Nathaniel. The big bomb can destroy them. Without our help, they may do just that. I may remind you that in 2 months, 29 days, we're due in Willowfors, said Ball. Without looking at the charts, I can tell you we still have more than 100 light years to go. A week, said Nathaniel. We can spare a week and still get there on time. A week, said Ball, to settle their problems? They've had 2 world wars in 1 generation, and that the third and final one is coming up, you can't help feeling in everything they do. It won't take much, said Nathaniel. The wrong diplomatic move, or a trigger-happy soldier could set it off. And it wouldn't have to be deliberate. A meteor shower could pass over, and their clumsy instruments could interpret it as an all-out enemy attack. Too bad, said Ball. We'll just have to forget there ever was such a planet as Earth. Could you forget so many people? I'm doing it, said Ball. Just give them a little time, and they won't be here to remind me that I have a conscience. My memory isn't convenient, said Nathaniel. I ask you to look at them. Ball rustled, flicking the screen intently. Very much like ourselves, he said at last. A bit shorter, perhaps, and most certainly incomplete. Except for the one thing they lack, and that's quite odd. They seem exactly like us. Is that what you wanted me to say? It is. The fact that they are an incomplete version of ourselves touches me. They actually seem defenseless, though I suppose they're not. Tough, said Ball. Nothing we can do about it. There is. We can give them a week. In a week, we can't negate their entire history. We can't begin to undo the effect of the big bomb. You can't tell, said Nathaniel. We can look things over. And then what? How much authority do we have? Very little, conceded Nathaniel. 2 minor officials on the way to Willowfors, and we run directly into a problem no one knew existed. And when we get to Willowfors, we'll be busy. It will be a long time before anyone comes this way again. A very long time. There's nothing in this region of space our people want, said Nathaniel. And how long can Earth last? 10 years? Even 10 months? The tension is building by the hour. What can I say? Said Ball. I suppose we can stop and look them over. We're not committing ourselves by looking. They went much closer to Earth, not intending to commit themselves. For a day they circled the planet, avoiding radar detection, which for them was not difficult, testing and sampling. Finally, Nathaniel looked up from the monitor screen. Any conclusions? What's there to think? It's worse than I imagined. In what way? Well, we knew they had the big bomb. Atmospheric analysis showed that as far away as we were. I know. We also knew they could deliver the big bomb, presumably by some sort of aircraft. That was almost a certainty. They'd have no use for the big bomb without aircraft. What's worse is that I now find they also have missiles, range 1,000 miles and upward. They either have or are near a primitive form of space travel. Bad, said Nathaniel, sitting there, wondering when it's going to hit them. Nervousness could set it off. It could, and the missiles make it worse, said Ball. What did you find out at your end? Nothing worthwhile. I was looking at the people while you were investigating their weapons. You must think something. I wish I knew what to think. There's so little time, Nathaniel said. Language isn't the difficulty. Our machines translate their languages easily, and I've taken a cram course in 2 or 3 of them. But that's not enough. looking at a few plays, listening to advertisements, music, and news bulletins. I should go down and live among them, read books, talk to scholars, work with them, play. You could do that, and you'd really get to know them, but that takes time, and we don't have it." "I realize that. A flat yes or no," said Ball. "No, we can't help them," said Ethaniel. "There is nothing we can do for them, but we have to try." "Sure, I knew it before we started," said Ball. "It's happened before. We take the trouble to find out what a people are like, and when we can't help them, we feel bad. It's going to be that way again." He rose and stretched. "Well, give me an hour to think of some way of going at it." It was longer than that before they met again. In the meantime the ship moved much closer to Earth. They no longer needed instruments to see it. The planet revolved outside the vision ports. The southern plains were green, coursed with rivers. The oceans were blue, and much of the northern hemisphere was glistening white. Ragged clouds covered the pole, and a dirty pall spread over the mid-regions of the north. "I haven't thought of anything brilliant," said Ethaniel. "Nor I," said Ball. "We're going to have to go down there cold, and it will be cold." "Yes, it's their winter." "I did have an idea," said Ball. "What about going down as supernatural beings?" "Hardly," said Ethaniel. "100 years ago it might have worked. Today they have satellites. They are not primitives." "I suppose you're right," said Ball. "I did think we ought to take advantage of our physical differences. If we could, I'd be all for it. But these people are rough and desperate. They wouldn't be fooled by anything that crude." "Well, you're calling it," said Ball. "All right," said Ethaniel. "You take one side and I the other. We'll tell them bluntly what they'll have to do if they're going to survive. How they can keep their planet in one piece so they can live on it." "That'll go over big. Advice is always popular." "Can't help it. That's all we have time for." "Special instructions?" "None. We leave the ship here and go down in separate landing craft. You can talk to me any time you want to through our communications, but don't unless you have to. They can't intercept the beams we use." "They can't, and even if they did, they wouldn't know what to do with our language. I want them to think that we don't need to talk things over." "I get it. Makes us seem better than we are. They think we know exactly what we're doing, even though we don't. If we're lucky, they'll think that." Ball looked out of the port at the planet below. "It's going to be cold where I'm going. You too. Sure we don't want to change our plans and land in the southern hemisphere? It's summer there." "I'm afraid not. The great powers are in the north. They are the ones we have to reach to do the job." "Yeah, but I was thinking of that holiday you mentioned. We'll be running straight into it. That won't help us any." "I know. They don't like their holidays interrupted. It can't be helped. We can't wait until it's over." "I'm aware of that," said Ball. "Fill me in on that holiday. Anything I ought to know. Probably religious in origin. That so?" "It was religious a long time ago," said Ethaniel. "I didn't learn anything exact from radio and TV. Now it seems to be chiefly a time for eating, office parties, and selling merchandise." "I see. It has become a business holiday." "That's a good description. I didn't get as much of it as I ought to have. I was busy studying the people, and they're hard to pin down." "I see. I was thinking there might be some way we could tie ourselves in with this holiday, make it work for us." "If there is, I haven't thought of it." "You ought to know. You're running this one." Ball looked down at the planet. Clouds were beginning to form at the twilight edge. "I hate to go down and leave the ship up here with no one in it." "They can't touch it. No matter how they develop in the next 100 years, they still won't be able to get in or damage it in any way." "It's myself I'm thinking about. Down there, alone." "I'll be with you, on the other side of the earth." "That's not very close. I'd like it better if there were someone in the ship to bring it down in a hurry if things get rough. They don't think much of each other." I don't imagine they'll like aliens any better. They may be unfriendly, Ethaniel acknowledged. Now he switched a monitor screen until he looked at the slope of a mountain. It was snowing, and men were cutting small green trees in the snow. "I've thought of a trick. If it saves my neck, I'm for it." "I don't guarantee anything," said Ethaniel. "This is what I was thinking of. Instead of hiding the ship against the sun, where there's little chance it will be seen, we'll make sure that they do see it. Let's take it around to the night side of the planet and light it up." "Say, pretty good," said Ball. "They can't imagine that we'd light up an unmanned ship," said Ethaniel. "Even if the thought should occur to them, they'll have no way of checking it. Also, they won't be eager to harm us with our ship shining down on them." "That's thinking," said Ball, moving to the controls. "I'll move the ship over where they can see it best, and then I'll light it up. I'll really light it up." "Don't spare power." "Don't worry about that. They'll see it. Everybody on Earth will see it." Later, with the ship in position, glowing against the darkness of space, pulsating with light, Ball said, "You know, I feel better about this. We may pull it off. Lighting the ship may be just the help we need." "It's not we who need help, but the people of Earth," said Ethaniel. "See you in 5 days." With that he entered a small landing craft, which left a faintly luminescent trail as it plunged toward Earth. As soon as it was safe to do so, Ball left in another craft, heading for the other side of the planet. And the spaceship circled Earth, unmanned, blazing and pulsing with light. No star in the winter skies of the planet below could equal it in brilliancy. Once a man-made satellite came near, but it was dim and was lost sight of by the people below. During the day the ship was visible as a bright spot of light. At evening it seemed to burn through the sunset colors. And the ship circled on, bright, shining, seeming to be a little piece clipped from the center of a star and brought near Earth to illuminate it. Never, or seldom, had Earth seen anything like it. In 5 days the 2 small landing craft that had left it arched up from Earth and joined the orbit of the large ship. The 2 small craft slid inside the large one, and doors closed behind them. In a short time the aliens met again. "We did it," said Ball exultantly as he came in. "I don't know how we did it, and I thought we were going to fail, but at the last minute they came through." Ethaniel smiled. "I'm tired," he said, rustling. "Me too, but mostly I'm cold," said Ball, shivering. "Snow, nothing but snow wherever I went. Miserable climate, and yet you had me go out walking after that first day." "From my own experience, it seemed to be a good idea," said Ethaniel. "If I went out walking one day, I noticed that the next day the officials were very much more cooperative. If it worked for me, I thought it might help you." "It did. I don't know why, but it did," said Ball. "Anyway, this agreement they made isn't the best, but I think it will keep them from destroying themselves." "It's as much as we can expect," said Ethaniel. "They may have small wars after this, but never the big one. In 50 or 100 years we can come back and see how much they've learned." "I'm not sure I want to," said Ball. "Say, what's an angel?" "Why?" "When I went out walking, people stopped to look. Some knelt in the snow and called me an angel." "Something like that happened to me," said Ethaniel. "I didn't get it, but I didn't let it upset me," said Ball. "I smiled at them and went about my business." He shivered again. "It was always cold. I walked out, but sometimes I flew back. I hope that was all right." In the cabin Ball spread his great wings. Renaissance painters had never seen his like, but knew exactly how he looked. In their paintings they had pictured him innumerable times. "I don't think it hurt us that you flew," said Ethaniel. "I did so myself occasionally." "But you don't know what an angel is?" "No, I didn't have time to find out. Some creature of their folklore, I suppose. You know, except for our wings, they're very much like ourselves. Their legends are bound to resemble ours." "Sure," said Ball. "Anyway, peace on earth." End of Second Landing by Floyd Wallace.
The Streets at Christmas Time by The Oldest Inhabitant. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Father Christmas is a great receiver of goods. Seated on his throne at this season, he receives the offerings of his subjects, droves of oxen, of sheep, and of pigs, flocks of geese and turkeys, men and carts laden with all descriptions of game in season, carts of fish, baskets of fruits and vegetables, barrels of ale and wine, all are proceeding to the feet of the King of Good Cheer. Boys and girls are rushing pell-mell from school, delighted at the prospect of catching a glimpse of his jolly and kindly face. For a few weeks before Christmas, the streets of London begin to assume a new aspect. It is not in Regent Street or Oxford Street or the fashionable streets where linen drapers, jewelers, and other traders who administer to fashion and to all the wants and adornments of the outward man or woman reside, that the change is perceptible. Such streets are uniformly cheerful, such shops are always luxuriant, and always display to the greatest possible advantage the commodities upon which their owners thrive. To them all seasons are alike. Christmas and midsummer, spring or autumn, sees them equally attractive. The jeweler's shop is splendid of necessity. The mercer but changes from muslins and cottons to silks and satins, and from these to woolen textures and furs, according to the season. But it is in the minor streets, inhabited by dealers in eatables of all kinds, that the approach of Christmas is manifested by outward and visible signs, about which there can be no mistake. Regent Street is too proud to show any symptoms of rejoicing at Christmas, but more homely Tottenham Court Road puts on a new face for the occasion, and decks herself out with attractions never thought of at any other time. Oxford Street would scorn to be too Christmas-like, but her tributary streets on either side, except those sombre and highly respectable streets in which there are no shops, look upon Christmas as an era, and rejoice accordingly. The immense increase of population in London has not only led to the multiplication of these signs of Christmas, but to a greater competition among shopkeepers to attract notice. London is not merely a city, it may be called a nation. Any one who would wish to examine the manners and customs of its people could have no better opportunity for the purpose than Christmas. It is to be questioned whether he could have any so good. Formerly, say 30 or 40 years ago, ingenuity was not much taxed to tempt the purchasers of good things. People knew it was Christmas without being told so by advertisements, and knew where to go for the commodities they required to celebrate the festival, without any announcement by placard or handbill. But year after year, up to the present period, the rivalry of business consequent upon the immense number of streets opened up in all quarters, and the establishment of thousands of new shops in almost every parish, the old shopkeepers have been gradually compelled to resort to something like publicity to preserve their custom. Among shops, those of the butchers stand preeminent, and give us prospects not alone of the good feeling for which December is famous, but of the good lighting that we may expect in January and February. Old Father Christmas has a capacious stomach, and the maw of London, not easily filled at any time, becomes all but insatiable towards the close of the year. The droves of oxen in the streets, a nuisance which has antiquity in its favor, but nothing else, increase in numbers and in the bulk of the animals that form them. The future dinners as well as the future candles of the million wend their way to Smithfield in all but countless multitudes. The butchers' shops soon give evidence of the new demand that is certain to spring up. Beef rises 20% in value, and mutton at a somewhat smaller ratio, as soon as the carcasses of prize animals are displayed in the great thoroughfares of the people. Prince Albert's oxen and the Earl of Leicester's sheep, or other animals bred by celebrated agriculturists, are exhibited, the oxen in portions and the sheep whole, with labels upon them, pointing out to the admiring crowds that gather around the shops, the place where and the owner by whom they were fed, as well as the amount of prize they obtained. In many instances the carcasses are adorned with ribbons or wreaths, and in almost all cases with sprigs of holly. It is a glorious time for the butchers of London. There is a vastly increased supply, and there is a vastly increased demand, and these tradesmen contrive, upon what principle is a mystery of London never thoroughly explained, to make an extra profit of both circumstances. Suet, which in those quiet and ordinary times, when suet is neither abundant nor scarce, fetches 8d. a pound, rises to a shilling when all the world is bent upon making plum pudding. Happy sometimes is the housewife that can obtain it even at that price, but it is not only in meat. There is in fact a general rise in the price of all agricultural produce at this time. Butter, for which it cannot be supposed there is any extra demand or any diminished supply at Christmas, is an instance of it. The price is increased by 2d. or 3d. a pound, as every housekeeper knows, although she may not be able to account for it on any known principles either of political or domestic economy. The reason may be that the butterman, having to pay an extra sum to the butcher, takes it out of the pockets of the public. The butcher too may plead that he has to pay extra to the agriculturalist for the flesh that Londoners will consume, so that the farmer and grazier, after all, may be the grand recipients of the profits or the plunder of Christmas. Beef-eating London must admit, even although it grumble, the infliction, it is to be feared, is wholly irremediable. Next to the butchers' shops, the porkmen's, the poulterers, and the dealers in game are the most crowded with the future good cheer of the London nation. If the streets of the metropolis give unpleasant evidence of the living beef and mutton that are to be offered up at the shrine of old Father Christmas, they give evidence equally strong, and a vast deal more pleasant, of the old gentleman's capabilities in the way of game and poultry. The porkmen may be passed over, they share the good fortune of Christmas like their neighbors, but the dealers in domestic poultry and in game of all descriptions reap a more abundant harvest and offer more tempting inducements for the expenditure of the million. The family that never taste game or poultry at any other period of the year indulge themselves in it at Christmas, and chickens, geese, and turkeys, dead and alive, are dispatched to the metropolis to help in the honors of Christmas, in numbers commensurate with the magnitude of the city and the joviality of the occasion. While poultry, which is bought, has its thousands and tens of thousands of purchasers, game, which is given away, has also its thousands and tens of thousands of grateful recipients. Blessed is the London family that has friends in the country. Blessed at Christmas time is he who has a relative or friend who loves sport, and who, knowing how to enjoy his sport, knows quite as well how to cultivate friendship and render relationship agreeable. To him comes the welcome present from the fields, the moors, or the mountains, and for him the railways bear the welcome gifts from all quarters of the land. This large portion of the Christmas consumption of the metropolis does not grace the shops. It is only to be seen in its transit from the railway station to the houses of the grateful recipients, but a portion equally large finds its way to the dealers. In the days of stage and mail coaches, it was a pleasant sight to see how picturesquely they were loaded, but the railway, which does more business, does it without a tithe of the display. All game is not given away, would it were, but a goodly share of it becomes merchandise and is set forth with tempting beauty in the shops. The butchers' shops may be disgusting, and they are so to all who think upon the subject, which however the majority of man and womankind do not, but the shop of the dealer in game cannot be considered repulsive. The victims of our appetite which he supplies are not always stripped of their beautiful plumage, and the pheasant dead is only less lovely than the pheasant alive. Even poor Puss the hare, with her warm jacket on, suggests no ideas akin to those which are felt on the contemplation of the joints that hang from the rafters of the butcher's shop. Mais ne revenons pas à nos moutons. But far more attractive than those of the game dealer are the shops of the grocers. The grocers look upon Christmas as their peculiar time, and they take all due pains to set themselves forth in their fairest trim. Neither do they take such advantage of the day as the dealers in home agricultural produce. The grocers provide large and abundant stores of raisins, currants, spices, and preserved fruits, and put no additional price upon them. On the contrary, they often ask less for their wares than at other seasons, a piece of good generalship on their parts, which our friends, the flesh dealers, might imitate with advantage to themselves as well as to the public. The grocers are not greedy. They encourage the manufacture of pudding. Their pleasant and wholesome shops, which meet the eye in all our great thoroughfares, are shrines to which the devotees of Christmas pay a willing visit. Many are their devices to attract notice. Sometimes a flag is displayed from the first-floor windows, or the whole front of the house is beplastered with placards announcing the arrival of millions of pounds of currants and raisins, all for the use of the pudding-loving people, and to be obtained within at prices defying competition. One placard, exhibited a few years ago by a grocer, was in the form of a playbill, announcing the production of a new pantomime, to be called Harlequin Peel, or the Magic Pudding. This was not intended as a political sneer at a great statesman, though at first glance it would seem suggestive of such an idea. It was simply a social and domestic affair to attract customers. Sometimes the grocer gives his customers the additional attraction of a pictorial pudding in his window, with the figure of a sturdy John Bull, surrounded by his family, cutting into the dainty. His face is redolent of good humor, and a scroll issuing from his mouth informs all men, sometimes in a couplet of choice doggerel, that the plums and spices of which that pudding was compounded were bought at Mr. Snook's or Mr. Jones's, or whatever the name may be of the enterprising trader. Very often a long string of rhymes, almost as good as those remarkable lyrics with which Mr. Moses and his poets amuse the public, is printed in large type and affixed to the grocer's doorpost, that all who run may read. Indeed, of late years, the majority of grocers in crowded streets think it necessary to become poetical. "There's a good time coming, boys," said one effusion of the kind a few years ago. "There's a good time coming. Raisins will be cheap at Robinson's," while a rival grocer on the other side of the way put up a placard with the more delightful announcement, "The good time has come, boys. Raisins are cheap at Smith's." The grocers and the keepers of those compound establishments, half grocers and half Italian warehouses, have of late years very much increased their trade by large importations of preserved fruits. The English, as a people, do not excel in this manufacture, but the French and Italians, who have long been famous for it, improve in it every year. The English demand that has arisen, and which seems to go on increasing every year, will doubtless give a further impetus to their ingenuity. It is worth while to spend a few hours in the shop of a large importer of these elegant articles, not merely for the sake of the fruits themselves, crystallized and uncrystallized, but for a sight of the boxes in which they are packed. The French prints used for the purpose have long been celebrated for their beauty and fancy, and the boxes in which plums and those delicious little oranges known as chinoises are packed are worth preserving for their own sakes, after the fruit has been consumed. Some of the larger receptacles are fit to convert into work boxes, after they have served their original intention, and many are prepared with a view to such a purpose. In these times it might be worth the while of capitalists to devote their attention to the home manufacture of these articles, and also to the preservation of fruits. Sugar is as cheap in England as in France, and there is no reason why jams and marmalade, good as they are, should be the sole products of English industry as regards the preservation of fruit. The most pleasing, as well as the most common, symptom of Christmas in the streets is the holly displayed in shops of every kind wherever eatables or drinkables are sold, and which is almost invariably to be seen at kitchen windows for a week or two before and after Christmas Day. Love in the kitchen could not prosper without the holly, and the policeman in search of affection or of cold mutton would think the kitchen of his fair friend unseasonable in its appearance, if the sprigs of dark green, intermingled with the bright red berries, were absent from the window. The holly cart, of which a most admirable representation is given in our engraving, is also a pleasant sight in the streets, either of the outskirts of the metropolis, as represented by the artist, or of the dense heart of the old city. Holly is a great article of commerce at Christmas time, and yields a good profit both to those who cultivate it and those who vend it in the streets. Never was it more in request than it is now. Never may it be less sought after, as the verdant symbol of the loving kindness of the season. There is one other aspect of the streets of London at Christmas which requires notice. The public heart being open at Christmas, beggars usually venture out with more certain hope of our charity than at other times. Nor is their hope disappointed, to say nothing of the carol singers, who seem to look upon themselves as privileged for the sake of the old familiar chant which they musically or unmusically pour into our ears, and who, of all ages and of both sexes, swarm in every street, in numbers of which an accurate estimate would convey a somewhat alarming idea of the poverty of London. Troops of unmusical beggars make their appearance in the streets. Ireland evidently contributes a large portion to this multitude of misery, and the mind is driven to reflect, amid the gaiety and joviality of the time, not only upon the pauperism of that unhappy land, but of the pauperism of this, which is made more wretched by the influx of these interlopers. The pauperism of England amounts to 1,400,000 people. The Irish vagrants that come over to take their chance amongst us cannot account to many less than 300,000, and possibly they amount to many more, forming an aggregate of 1,350,000. When we fancy that this is almost equal to the whole population of London, Westminster, Lambeth, Southwark, Finsbury, Marylebone, the Tower Hamlets, Kensington, Hammersmith, Greenwich, and Woolwich, and when we attempt to realize to our mind how vast a multitude this is, and how fearful it would be if it were all congregated together in one place, we are compelled to ask if there be not something radically wrong in our civilization, which not only permits the growth of such a sore in the body politic, but which actually favors its growth. Let the minds of our great thinkers be directed to it. The chief difficulty of a time not far distant will be the existence and maintenance of this immense standing army of poverty. If there ever be a time when it is the duty of individuals to attempt to relieve it, that time is Christmas. At a period of feasts, when the paupers in the Union workhouses are embraced in the large circle of our sympathies, and cared for a little more liberally than usual, let us draw a circle around the circle and include within it the beggars in the streets. It may be wrong, as a rule, to encourage street beggars by donations of any kind, but Christmas is an exceptional period, and though possibly in being charitable to all, we may be charitable to many worthless persons. The goodwill and the good day will consecrate the deed. At least, although political theorists may dissent, and although the man who paid a very heavy poor's rate yesterday may see reason to be unconvinced, such is the opinion until Christmas has passed. Of the oldest inhabitant. End of The Streets at Christmas Time by the Oldest Inhabitant.
Superstitions Regarding Christmas Day by Henry Visitelli. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Superstitions Regarding Christmas Day. The following poems are, perhaps, more curious than interesting. They afford, however, some idea of the superstitious dread with which the advent of Christmas Day must have been regarded in these early times, not merely by the vulgar, but by all classes of our forefathers. For the Francis Moores and Raphaels of the 15th century found even kings willing believers in their extravagant predictions. From the allusion in each verse of the first poem to the risk that those who steal subject themselves to, one would almost suppose thieving to have been the fashionable vice of the age, practised alike by both rich and poor, and that there was great need of such injunctions against it. Both of these poems are from the same Harleian MS in the British Museum. 1. Lordings, all of you I warn, if the day that Christ was born fall upon a Sunday, the winter shall be good, I say, but great winds aloft shall be, the summer shall be fair and dry. By kind skill and without loss, through all lands there shall be peace, good times for all things to be done, but he that stealeth shall be found soon. What child that day born may be, a great lord he shall live to be. If Christmas Day on Monday be, a great winter that year you'll see, and full of winds both loud and shrill, but in the summer, truth to tell, stern winds shall there be and strong, full of tempests lasting long, while battles they shall multiply, and great plenty of beasts shall die. They that be born that day I ween, they shall be strong each one and keen. He shall be found that stealeth aught, though thou be sick thou diest not. If Christmas Day on Tuesday be, that year shall many women die, and that winter grow great marvels. Ships shall be in great perils. That year shall kings and lords be slain, and many other people near them. A dry summer that year shall be, as all that are born therein may see. They shall be strong and covetous. If thou steal aught, thou losest thy life, for thou shalt die through sword or knife. But if thou fall sick, it is certain thou shalt turn to life again. If Christmas Day, the truth to say, fall upon a Wednesday, there shall be a hard winter and strong, with many hideous winds among. The summer merry and good shall be, and that year wheat in great plenty. Young folk shall die that year also, and ships at sea shall have great woe. Whatever child that day born is, he shall be doughty and gay, I wis, and wise and crafty also of deed, and find many in clothes and bread. If Christmas Day on Thursday be, a windy winter you shall see, windy weather in each week, and hard tempests strong and thick. The summer shall be good and dry, corn and beast shall multiply. That year is good lands for to till, kings and princes shall die by skill. If a child that day born should be, it shall happen right well for thee. Of deeds he shall be good and stable, wise of speech and reasonable. Whoso that day goes thieving about, he shall be punished without doubt. And if sickness that day betide, it shall quickly from thee glide. If Christmas Day on a Friday be, the first of winter hard shall be, with frost and snow and with great flood, but the end thereof it shall be good. Again, the summer shall be good also. Folk in their eyes shall have great woe. Women with child, beast, and corn shall multiply, and be lost none. The child that is born on that day shall live long, and lecherous be alway. Who stealeth aught shall be found out. If thou be sick, it lasteth not. If Christmas Day on Saturday fall, that winter's to be dreaded by all. It shall be so full of great tempest, that it shall slay both man and beast. Great store shall fail of fruit and corn, and old folk die many a one. What woman that day of child doth travel, she shall give birth in great peril. And children born that day, by faith, in half a year shall meet with death. The summer shall be wet and ill. Thou shalt suffer if thou aught steal. Thou diest if sickness do thee take. 2. If Christmas Day on the Sunday be, a troublous winter ye shall see. Mingled with waters strong, good there shall be without fable, for the summer shall be reasonable, with storms at times among. Wines that year shall all be good, the harvest shall be wet with flood. Pestilence fall on many a country, ere that sickness shall have passed, and while great tempests last, many young people dead shall be. Princes that year with iron shall die, there shall be changing of many lords high. Amongst knights great debate, many tidings shall come to men, many wives shall be weeping then, both of poor and great estate. The faith shall then be hurt truly, for divers point of heresy, that shall then appear, through the tempting of the fiend, and divers matters unkind shall bring great danger near. Cattle shall thrive, one and the other, save oxen, they shall kill each other, and some beast they shall die. Both fruit and corn will not be good, apples will be scarce for food, and ships shall suffer on the sea. That year on Monday, without fearing, all things well thou mayst begin, they shall be profitable. Children that on this day are born, in faith shall mighty be and strong, of wit full reasonable. End of Superstitions Regarding Christmas Day by Henry Visitelli. Read by Nemo.
The Alcalde's Daughter and Her Christmas Lamp by Mary Emily Donaldson Wilcox, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Long years ago, while the Mexican standard still waved over the Alamo, San Antonio de Bahar, the most flourishing Catholic mission east of the Rio Grande, rejoiced in an alcalde as famous for wisdom and virtue as for piety and goodness. Successful in his public enterprises, he was equally fortunate in his private relations, having a beautiful wife, an inviting home, and a brood of stalwart sons. That they had no daughter was much regretted by both, Doña Inez saying, "Boys serve to perpetuate the name and uphold the family honor. But it is the girls who, lifting the domestic burden from the mother's shoulders, and cheering, comforting the fathers, bless and brighten home." And when in answer to repeated novenas of prayer and votive offerings a daughter was born to them, they, naming her Maria Jesusa Pepita, gratefully dedicated her to the Virgin. Growing in beauty and grace and developing many lovable traits, Jesusa more than fulfilled parental hopes. Humoring, petting her father, preparing his pulque, filling his pipe, she became his daily companion and the idol of his heart. Don Pedro's office adjoining the Alamo, then garrisoned by Mexican troops ordered to report to him and serve him when needed, was really the High Court of Justice, where the mission officials met to consider public matters, whether civil, religious, or military. His home, the most spacious and pretentious at the mission, was a one-story flat-roof adobe structure with about 15 chambers separated by quaint halls, corridors, and alcoves, and stood back of the Alamo amid extensive grounds, which, irrigated by a large acequia, teemed with rare, beautiful flowers, with orange, lemon, and citron trees, with vine-covered bowers and arcades almost hidden beneath clusters of luscious grapes. Some curious animals roamed in these beautiful grounds, and among these specially petted and cared for by Jesusa were Chihuahua dogs, tricky and playful, Maltese cats, soft-eyed fawns, white rabbits, and a canary bird which, as it tuned up when the matin and vesper bells rang, was supposed to be under the Virgin's protection. Though an earnest defender of the faith, Don Pedro was a devotee of those sports, cock-fighting, bull-fighting, card-playing, patronized by his associates. He had a cockpit in his yard for the rearing and training of gamecocks, where their mettle was often tried Sunday afternoons, and on his Salado ranch, where in spite of frequent Indian raids his family spent much time, he had a breed of superior bulls imported from Spain. Opposite the Alamo on the slope leading to the river stood a number of yacals tenanted by humble Mexican families, with one of whom lived a boy and girl supposed from their fair complexions, blue eyes, and light hair, to be stragglers from the western white settlements, and who were known as the Americanos, the boy being called Cano, and the girl Cana. Though kindly cared for by their protectors, Mexicans are proverbially patient and indulgent with children. They never affiliated with their playmates, but holding themselves aloof, seemed to be ever brooding over some secret sorrow. The boy, smart and ingenious, was often seen hanging round the Alamo, where, doing odd jobs for the garrison and making himself useful, he became a great favorite. Jesusa, generous, unselfish, sympathetic, was as popular with the mission juveniles as the alcalde with their elders. Noticing Cana watching her bird one morning, she invited her to come in and become acquainted with her pets. Children easily become friends, a certain Freemasonry opening their hearts and drawing them together, and Jesusa, improving the meeting in the garden, became the generous patron of Cana, constantly making her presents and treating her to unexpected pleasures. San Antonio, though isolated from social and commercial privileges and almost exclusively absorbed in religious interests, was gay and sociable, fandangos, card parties, al fresco banquets, at which the famous Mexican dishes, tortillas, tamales, frijoles, chili con carne, dulces con fruta, were served in perfection, being of frequent occurrence. Holidays abounded, saints' days, national anniversaries, family fetes being carefully and elaborately observed, and at no place was Christmas celebrated with more pomp and solemnity. Two San Antonio Christmas observances, the Pastores and Christmas lamp, deserve special notice. The former was a species of dramatic performance intended to represent the Passion of Christ, and given every night during Christmas week. The latter was founded on the familiar legend that the infant Jesus, descending from his Father's heavenly throne to his Virgin Mother's arms, noticed a lighted lamp hanging near an humble home, and learning that it was intended to commemorate the guiding of the Magi by the Star of Bethlehem to his lowly manger, blessed the home and its inmates, leaving as visible marks of his favor some desired presents. On Christmas Eve, 1830-something, much excitement prevailed at the mission, it being announced that the alcalde had contributed a generous sum towards improving and adorning the hall to be used for the Pastores, which would be represented on a handsomer scale than ever before, and that Padre Ignacio, the San Fernando priest, who, officiating for many years at christenings, marriages, funerals, and hearing confessions, imposing penances or granting indulgences, thus becoming the alter ego of devout San Antonians, had, yielding to the solicitations of some influential San Fernando parishioners, consented to bless the lamps in church, thus giving them public consecration. Heretofore they had only been blessed privately. Many of them, a few being costly and ornate, were heirlooms, having belonged to the parents, grandparents, great-grandparents of their owners, and being endeared by tender domestic associations. Until a certain age, children were not allowed to handle Christmas lamps, their parents acting for them, and attaining the prescribed age, were required by fasting and prayer to prepare themselves for the ceremony, the failure of the holy child to notice their lamps and leave some mark of favor being regarded as the severest of rebukes. An importance somewhat similar to the assuming of the toga by Roman youths, or to the reception by sovereigns of royal courtiers, was attached to the function. The Plazas de Islas y de Armas, adjoining San Fernando, generally crowded on afternoons with rancheros driving bargains or computing gains and losses, were filled on the Christmas Eve referred to with devout lamp-bearing worshippers, wending their way to church. Padre Ignacio officiated at the vesper service, then pronouncing the benediction, retired to the sacristy, where he laid aside his altar vestments, and returning to the church wearing his plain priestly robe, stood outside the chancel rail and awaited the lamp-bearers desiring his blessing, who, advancing in line, knelt before him. Taking each lamp in his hand, he made over it the sign of the cross, and having blessed them all, said solemnly, Domine ad adjuvantem vos festina. It was an impressive scene, deeply moving to the lamp-bearers, who, returning home, lighted and hung their lamps on previously selected poles or bushes, where, shining like stars in the quiet skies, they seemed to reflect the simple, trusting faith characteristic of all sincere followers of Christ. The alcalde, deeply interested, burnished and prepared with his own hands his daughter's lamp, she being too young to do so herself. Then lighting it, hung it, ignoring his own preference for a secluded nook near her window, in an obscure angle of an unfrequented corner of the Alamo, which she, as familiar with the Alamo as with her own home, had chosen. It happened to be just under the hall where Bowie, Crockett, Travis, and their brave comrades made their desperate stand some years later against Santa Anna, and where, sealing with their blood their devotion to liberty and independence, they enriched human annals with that sublimest of all sublime records. Picture a large barn-like hall without doors or windows, hard dirt floor, rough plastered walls on which some oil lamps and tallow candles and wooden brackets smoke and cast a dim spectral light. A platform raised about 2 feet above the floor and extending across the entire back of the hall serves as a stage, and some large, striped, Mexican blankets do duty as a drop curtain. The actors remain all the time on the stage. Those taking part in the scenes advance to the center, play their roles, then retire to the sides where those not acting gather behind the curtain and are supposed to be invisible. There was no attempt at scenic effect, no applause, but absorbed, unflagging attention. In front of the stage were some large chairs in which Don Pedro, Doña Inez, and other distinguished personages were seated. Back of the chairs were rows of benches occupied by well-dressed men and women, and in open spaces behind and on the sides of the benches, a motley crowd of women were wearing reboses, and sewing, knitting, or plaiting and combing their hair, and men wearing sombreros and drinking pulque, smoking or playing cards, sat flat on the floor. After rather a long wait, some musicians, sitting near the stage, sang to a guitar accompaniment some disconnected strains from church chants or masses. The curtain, parting and being drawn aside, discloses 2 men, the one fair, handsome, and well-dressed, representing the angel of God, the other dark, ugly, with a club-foot and horns projecting above a lowering brow, representing the devil, who have an excited dispute about the advent of the expected Redeemer. These 2 men appear in every scene. Then follow in regular succession the Annunciation, the Adoration of the Magi, Christ in the Temple, the Temptation, the Crucifixion, the Empty Sepulchre, all being taken literally from the Bible. In the last scene the devil kneels before the angel of God, acknowledges the divinity of Christ, and begs to be admitted to the community of the redeemed. The Virgin was personated by a young, beautiful, pure-looking woman, Christ by a handsome, refined youth, Pontius Pilate by a large, vulgar-looking man, Herodias by a saucy, bold girl, Mary Magdalene by a pale, forlorn-looking woman. There were occasional intermissions during which the singers treated the audience to some rather sweet music. A cynic, marveling that the managers of the Pastores should select scenes from a Bible they never read, might describe the performance as a travesty of a faith they would die to defend. Yet he would have to acknowledge the earnest interest taken by the audience to be significant of the human sympathy always aroused by the story of Bethlehem. The most pleasant of Christmas Eve duties, arranging the children's presents near or under the lighted lamps, followed the Pastores. Occasionally a lamp would be hung in a chapel or other preferred place not adjoining the family home, there being no danger of it being molested, a certain sacredness protecting both lamp and presents. Waking early, Jesusa crept on tiptoe from her little room and hurried to the spot where her lamp had been hung. trembling with glad expectancy of the beautiful things she hoped to find there. A light still flickered in it, but there was nothing beneath or near it. What could it mean? She stood a moment spellbound. Then, recalling some childish misdemeanor, she burst into tears, and falling on her knees, sobbed, "I have been wicked. I was not worthy of thy favor, holy child of God. Thou hast seen fit to punish me." Don Pedro and Doña Inez, hearing her leave the house, had followed her, wishing to see her delight at the pleasant surprises they had prepared for her. "Wicked indeed," said he. "The angels in heaven are not purer. Some thief has despoiled you. We'll catch him, punish him, and force him to make restitution." Though slow to anger and prone to mercy, he was so incensed that he summoned the Mission Council to meet at once in his office to consider an important matter. A night guard at the Alamo testified that, making his rounds, he saw the white girl called Cana cross the street and go round the corner where the lamp hung. That later he saw her again cross the street and return home, but that, seeing her often playing with Jesusa, he suspected nothing and did not follow her. However, when relieved from duty, he picked up near the corner she had passed the dulces and ribbon end, which he there and then produced. The Mexican woman with whom the child lived testified that early that morning Cana had divided with her children a box of dulces, and had given her a bow from which the ribbon end had evidently been detached, claiming to have found them. Cana, when arrested and brought to the alcalde's office, denied bitterly any knowledge of either dulces or ribbon. Then, when cross-questioned, she became confused and finally began crying. I knew where Jesusa meant to hang her lamp. I was curious to see what she had. Then, I don't know how or why I did it, I grabbed her things, carried them home, and hid them in the hole at the foot of the hill. Jesusa, who had been sitting on a stool at her father's feet, slipped to Cana's side and gently took her hand. "Don't cry, Cana," said she. "You've done nothing wrong. You knew I would be willing for you to have them." "Señor Alcalde," said one of the council, a tall, dark man with a loud, harsh voice, "justice and public safety demand the punishment of criminals, and I move that this self-convicted thief be fined 25 pesos, and in default of payment of said fine, that she be stripped and publicly flogged, then confined during Christmas week in the mission jail." Cano, who, hanging his head in shame, had crouched behind the door, here sprang forward, fell on his knees, and grasping Jesusa's hand, prayed, "Oh, Jesusa, don't let them strip and flog my sister. I have strong arms and keen eyes. I will work and earn the money to pay for the things Cana, poor little weak lamb, took. For the love of God, for the Holy Virgin's sake, don't let them whip her." Jesusa kindly pressed his hand, said, "Have no fear," then, throwing her arms round her father's neck, cried, "Padre mio, caro Padre mio, you have never refused a request. Don't let them harm Cana. Be quiet, my love." Then, turning to the junta, he said firmly, and Don Pedro knew well how and when to assume the air of authority, "I will pay this child's fine and give her the protection of my home. I also adjourn the junta." He then summoned the Mexican with whom the children lived, and obtained from him the following story. "As has been my custom for some time, I went last year to the Comanche camp on the Pecos for trading purposes, and while there noticed 2 white children whose miserable condition excited my pity and caused me to ask the chief who they were and where they came from. Evading my questions at first, he finally told me that he had stolen them while on a horse-raiding expedition to the Brazos, that going through the woods late one evening, near a house occupied by apparently well-to-do people, he saw the children gathering pecans, and creeping up to them, seized them, strapped them to the back of his horse, and fled, expecting to ransom them for a considerable sum. He sent an agent to make terms with the parents, but the agent returning, reported that the affair had created such a stir he thought it inadvisable to broach the subject. I proposed a trade, and he agreed to take for them a mule, a bridle, and a red blanket. I brought them home, intending to try for the ransom, but I did not know how to go about it." "Speaking of ransom, for how much could you, amigo mio, be induced to relinquish all claims to these children?" asked the alcalde. "Señor, you know me to be a poor man with a family to support and needing money badly. Otherwise I would present them to your honor. Would you be willing to offer 20 pesos?" Here are 50 pesos. Read and sign this agreement, which, as you will see, transfers to me your right and claim to them." Obtaining the requisite authority, the alcalde engaged a man known to be trustworthy to take charge of the Americanos, go with them to the neighborhood designated, hunt up their parents, and restore to them their stolen children. Supplying them with clothes, and giving to each one a well-filled purse, the alcalde said, on parting with them, "Never forget that you owe your deliverance from captivity and your restoration to home and friends to Jesusa, and remember her in your prayers." The leave-taking between the two little girls could not have been more affecting had they been sisters, and Cano's trembling lips and tearful eyes as he bade Jesusa good-bye expressed more eloquently than words the grateful emotion surging in his brave, boyish heart. In due time letters came from the rejoicing parents, invoking God's blessing on the kind-hearted, generous alcalde. Believing that their little ones had, lost in the woods, perished from starvation or been drowned in the Brazos, they had mourned them as dead. The night following the disappointing morning and the harrowing scene in her father's office found little Jesusa ready for bed betimes. While she slept, Doña Inez, entering her room noiselessly, hung above her cot a picture depicting the healing of Jairus' daughter, and opposite a scroll inscribed, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy," both scroll and picture being the work the nuns at the Mission Convent, who, hearing of Jesusa's defense of Cana, aspired to play the part of rewarding spirits, and near by a doll dressed as a queen, and many playthings and trinkets calculated to please a little girl. Awaking and seeing the scroll, Jesusa supposed she must be dreaming. Then, noticing her other treasure, she sprang from bed, calling, "Come, madre! Come, padre! The angels have been here. See what they brought me. It must mean that the Holy Child smiles on me. You will go with me, will you not, carissimos, to church, and join me in grateful thanks for his divine favour?" And the adoring parents, unrestrained by thoughts of superstition or deception, encouraged their trusting child in her innocent delusion. Eventful changes fill the succeeding years. The Texas settlers in the towns and counties contiguous to San Antonio, finding the tyranny and injustice of the Mexican authorities intolerable, determined to throw off all allegiance to them and organize a separate independent government. The wise and effective means of resistance adopted culminate in the struggles at Gonzales and Goliad, where the Texans win decisive victories. Emboldened by success, they advance on San Antonio, defended by General Cos with a large Mexican force, and after 8 days of continuous skirmishing compel him to surrender. Entering the town, they garrison the Alamo with Texas troops and hoist over it the Lone Star flag. The alcalde, loyal to duty, had rendered valuable assistance to the Mexican commander, and when the latter retreated, retired with his family to his Salado ranch, where, detained by Doña Inez's serious illness, he remained until the recapture of San Antonio by Santa Anna restored Mexican supremacy. His 2 eldest sons fell at Goliad, bravely defending their national colors, and the 2 younger ones were killed a year later in a skirmish on the Rio Grande. Returning to San Antonio the day after the massacre of the brave defenders of the Alamo, he was shocked at the atrocities committed by Santa Anna, and condemning them in unmeasured terms, kindly sought to alleviate the sufferings of the Texans still remaining at the mission. The defeat of Santa Anna at San Jacinto, and his subsequent inglorious return to Mexico, effectually relieved Texas from Mexican thraldom, though the alternate occupation of San Antonio by Texans under Hayes and Howard, and by Mexicans under Vasquez and Wall, resulted in prolonging chaotic conditions there for some years. Don Pedro, gracefully yielding to the inevitable, made no effort to exercise his official functions after the organization of the Texas government. Known, however, as the alcalde, he was deferred to by both Texans and Mexicans, and always found acting with the upright and orderly, lost neither public respect nor influence. When General Sam Houston was elected and inaugurated President of the Republic of Texas, the citizens of San Antonio invited him to visit their town, and on his acceptance of the invitation they determined to give him a public reception to conclude with a ball and a banquet. The alcalde, asked to act as chairman of the reception committee, surprised everyone by agreeing to do so, and by advancing a handsome contribution towards defraying the expenses of the reception. The ball was given in the large hall of the Veramendi House, and proved a gratifying success. President Houston was accompanied by his staff, chief of which was a handsome young officer, Captain Osborne, who, enlisting as a private at San Jacinto, had been promoted on the battlefield for conspicuous gallantry. He was selected to open the ball with the alcalde's daughter, Don Pedro himself presenting him to her. Then, in the efflorescence of her maidenly charms, Jesusa was so lovely, her voice was so musical, her manner so gracious, that all hearts involuntarily crowned her queen of love and beauty. And Captain Osborne, could he resist such fascinations? Nous venons. Following the ball came a dinner at the alcalde's, then other entertainments given by hospitable San Antonians, at all of which Captain Osborne was Jesusa's devoted attendant. People smiled and said, "How well they suit! What a fine match it would be!" Captain Osborne accompanied the President back to Washington, the first capital of Texas, but returned to San Antonio in a few weeks when the alcalde announced his daughter's betrothal to President Houston's chief of staff. One evening the lovers were walking together near the Alamo when he asked, "Do you remember once hanging a Christmas lamp in the angle of that corner?" "Of course I do. It is one of the dearest of my childish memories." "And do you remember a little boy who once knelt to you in your father's office and implored you to protect his sister?" "Oh," said she, the light of memory restoring the boyish cast to his features, and recalling as if by magic that exciting scene. "Can it be? Yes, you must be. You are Cano." "The dream of my life, Jesusa, has been to meet you again, and, meeting you, the most cherished hope of my heart has been to win your love." "Well, you have succeeded," she said archly. Of course Padre Ignacio, her lifelong friend and confessor, who had christened her and blessed her at her first communion, officiated at the nuptial mass, and who could wonder if amid the decorations transforming the San Fernando altar into a mass of fragrant bloom, there hung a Christmas lamp, whose flickering light, though obscured by the glorious sunshine flooding the church, cast a mild benison-like radiance over the young couple, brave soldier boy and maiden fair, plighting their wedded troth there, a radiance betokening faith, hope, and undying love. End of The Alcalde's Daughter and Her Christmas Lamp by Mary Emily Donaldson Wilcox. Recording by Philip Gould.
A Visit from St. Nicholas by Clement Clarke Moore, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When, out on the lawn, there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the lustre of midday to objects below. When, what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke had encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod up the chimney, he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." End of A Visit from St. Nicholas by Clement Clarke Moore. Read by Rosemarie DeSapio.
The Wizard People by Clinton Scollard. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adown the ways of winter, above the vasts of snow, with woven flame their sandals shod, through airy wastes by paths untrod, the wizard people go. By day their feats are hidden, but night beholds their mirth, when in the abysses of the air their sorceries they flaunt and flare above a wondering earth. In vain the hilltops hearken, their lips no sound reveal, but ever on from arc to arc across the spangled depths of dark their pennons whirl and wheel. Whence come they? Who can answer? Whence go they? Who can tell? Flaming and fading down the night, a mystery, a dream delight, a splendour and a spell. Such are the wizard people, the brethren of the pole, and though man long has sought to gain their secret, suns shall wax and wane ere he shall read their soul. End of The Wizard People by Clinton Scollard. Read by Newgatenovelist.